There are secrets buried in the sands of time that refuse to be explained, towering monuments carved with precision no ancient tool should have mastered, cryptic relics that rewrite the rules of history, and lost cities swallowed by the earth as if they never existed. These aren't campfire tales or flights of fancy. They're real, tangible enigmas that leave scientists, archaeologists, and explorers scratching their heads. How were they created? Who or what brought them into being? And the question that lingers like a shadow, what else lies hidden, waiting to be unearthed? From stone giants that defy the laws of physics to underwater ruins hinting at forgotten worlds, we're about to embark on a 4-hour journey through the most mind-bending mysteries of antiquity. So grab a drink, settle in, and prepare to dive into a realm where science stumbles, history unravels, and the impossible stares us right in the face. Let's step into the unknown, because the ancient world still has secrets it's not ready to give up. Deep in the cradle of civilization, where the rivers Tigris and Euphrates carve their ancient paths through the sun-scorched earth, lies a mystery that feels like it's been ripped from the pages of a science fiction novel. We're talking about southern Mesopotamia, a land often called the birthplace of human culture, where writing, cities and laws first took root thousands of years ago. But long before the Sumerians etched their cuneiform tales into clay, before the great ziggurats rose to touch the sky, there was something stranger, something older, something that doesn't fit neatly into the story we've been told about our past. These are the Ubaid Lizardmen statues, and they're about to drag us into a shadowy corner of history where the line between myth and reality blurs into something unsettling. Picture this. It's around 6,500 years ago, a time archaeologists call the Ubaid period, named after the site of Tel al-Ubaid in modern-day Iraq. Farmers and early settlers are scratching out a living in this fertile floodplain, building mud brick homes, taming the land, and laying the foundations for what would become one of humanity's greatest chapters. But beneath the soil, hidden in the ruins of their settlements, they left behind something no one can fully explain. Small, eerie figurines that look like nothing else in the ancient world. These aren't your typical carvings of gods or kings, no stylized animals or fertility symbols. These are statues of humanoid figures with lizard-like heads, elongated skulls, wide almond-shaped eyes, and bodies posed in ways that feel almost alive, as if they're staring back at you through the millennia. Some clutch what look like staffs or scepters. Others cradle infant lizard beings to their chests. They're not crude or abstract either. These are detailed, deliberate, crafted with a precision that suggests they meant something profound to the people who made them. And that's where the questions start piling up like sand in a storm. Who or what are these things supposed to represent? Why do they look so alien, so otherworldly, in a culture that otherwise left us pottery, tools, and simple graves? And what were the Ubaid people trying to tell us with these reptilian relics? Let's start with the statues themselves, because they're the key to this whole enigma. Archaeologists first unearthed them in the early 20th century, digging through layers of earth at sites like Ur, Eridu, and Tel al-Ubaid itself. They're small, most stand between 4 and 10 inches tall, made of clay or stone, baked or carved with care. The heads are what grab you first, unmistakably reptilian, with snouts that jut forward, slit-like nostrils, and those huge, unblinking eyes that seem to follow you. Some have crests or ridges running down their skulls. Others wear what might be helmets or headdresses. Their bodies are humanoid, arms, legs, torsos, but the proportions are off, elongated and sinewy, like something caught between man and serpent. The poses are bizarre too. Some stand upright, rigid and formal. Others kneel or squat, clutching objects we can't identify. And then there are the ones with babies, lizard-headed infants suckling at their mother's breasts. A detail that sends a chill down your spine when you realize how deliberate it is. These aren't random doodles or toys. They're ritualistic, purposeful, maybe even sacred. The Ubaid culture that produced them isn't some lost tribe shrouded in total mystery. We know a fair bit about them. They lived between 6500 and 3800 BC, a pre-Sumerian people who bridged the gap between nomadic life and settled civilization. They farmed wheat and barley, herded goats and cattle, built irrigation systems to tame the wild rivers. Their villages grew into towns, their pottery got fancier, their burials more elaborate. But nothing in their daily lives, nothing we've found, hints at why they'd sculpt these lizardmen. Their other artifacts are practical, functional. Clay sickles, spindle whorls, simple animal figurines. So why this? Why these haunting hybrid creatures that look like they belong in a different story altogether? The mainstream explanation is cautious, as you'd expect. Archaeologists say these could be deities or spirits, part of a forgotten religion we'll never fully piece together. The Ubaid people didn't leave written records. Writing wouldn't come for another 1,000 years, so we're stuck guessing based on what they buried. Maybe the lizard features symbolize something in their world. Snakes and reptiles were common in Mesopotamia, slithering through the marshes and deserts. Perhaps they saw them as guardians, or forces of nature to be revered. The elongated heads might reflect a cultural practice, like cranial deformation, where elites shaped their skulls to mark status, something we've seen in other ancient societies. The staffs and infants could point to fertility rites or a priestly class. It's a tidy theory, grounded in what we know about early religions. Humans often turned animals into gods, blending the familiar with the divine to make sense of a chaotic world. But here's where that explanation starts to crack apart like dry clay in the sun. These statues don't feel symbolic in the usual way. They're too specific, too consistent across different sites. If they were just snake gods or totems, why the humanoid bodies? Why the babies? And why do they look so eerily uniform, as if every Ubaid artisan was working from the same strange blueprint? Compare them to later Mesopotamian art, say the Sumerian statues of wide-eyed worshippers or the Akkadian reliefs of winged bulls. Those fit a pattern, exaggerated features, clear roles as gods or guardians. The Lizardmen don't. They stand apart, alien even among their own time, like a fragment of a story we've lost the beginning and end to. And that's when the wilder theories creep in, the ones that make you wonder if we're missing something bigger. Some researchers, fringe sure, but not entirely dismissible, suggest these aren't gods at all, but portraits of a people or beings the Ubaid knew. Could they depict a lost race, a forgotten tribe with distinct physical traits? The elongated heads and reptilian features don't match any known human population, but ancient art often exaggerates reality. Maybe they're a memory of a group that lived alongside the Ubaid, or came before them, swallowed by time until only these statues remain. Others push further, pointing to the precision and oddity of the figures. Could this be evidence of advanced knowledge, biological, artistic, or even technological, that the Ubaid somehow tapped into? The idea sounds far-fetched, but the statues' consistency across sites hints at a shared vision, a cultural obsession we can't explain with primitive tools and beliefs alone. And then there's the theory that refuses to stay buried, the one that sends skeptics rolling their eyes and believers leaning closer. What if these lizardmen weren't from Earth at all? Ancient astronaut theorists, yes, those guys, have latched onto the Ubaid statues like they're Exhibit A in a cosmic courtroom. They argue these could be depictions of extraterrestrial visitors, beings who walked among the Ubaid people 6,000 years ago. The reptilian features, the elongated skulls, the otherworldly aura. It fits a narrative they've built across cultures, from Egyptian gods to Mayan carvings. Maybe, they say, these weren't idols but records, snapshots of contact with something beyond human ken. The staffs? Tools or weapons of advanced origin. The infants? A hybrid lineage, proof of interaction. It's a leap, no question, but when you stand these figurines next to the practical grind of Ubaid life, it's hard not to wonder why they feel so out of place. Let's pull back for a second though, because the truth, whatever it is, probably lies in the dirt we haven't dug up yet. The Ubaid period spans centuries, and we've only scratched the surface of their world. Most of their settlements are still under Iraqi soil, untouched by modern excavation thanks to war, politics, and time itself. What else might be waiting there? More statues? Tombs with lizard-headed skeletons? Tablets that finally explain what these figures meant? The Ubaid Lizardmen statues don't give us answers. They give us something better. A glimpse into a past that refuses to be tamed. They remind us that history isn't a straight line, but a tangled web of wonders and weirdness, where every discovery pulls back the curtain just enough to show us how much we still don't understand. So what were they? Spirits? Strangers? Something from the stars? We may never know for sure, but as long as those reptilian eyes keep staring out from the dust, they'll keep us asking, and that's a mystery worth chasing. Just a quick heads up before we continue. The visuals in this video help set the scene, but you don't need to watch them to follow along. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or as you're drifting off to sleep. Now sit back, relax, and let's get back to the stories. In the remote hills of southeastern Turkey, not far from the border with Syria, rises a cluster of ancient stone structures that have quietly rewritten history. At first glance, Göbekli Tepe might not catch your eye. Weathered stone pillars partially buried in dusty soil, emerging from an unremarkable landscape. Yet beneath this deceptively humble appearance lies one of archaeology's most astonishing finds, a complex of monumental buildings and intricately carved stonework dating back nearly 12,000 years, thousands of years older than Stonehenge or the Great Pyramid of Giza. Göbekli Tepe challenges our basic assumptions about human civilization, forcing archaeologists to confront a question previously thought impossible. Could organized society, religious ritual, and monumental construction actually predate farming and settled village life? Imagine the scene over 11,000 years ago, around 9600 BCE, at the end of the last ice age. The landscape surrounding Göbekli Tepe would have looked very different from today, a rich, fertile plain filled with lush grasses and scattered groves of trees populated by herds of gazelle, wild cattle, and antelope. Hunter-gatherer groups roamed this land, following the seasonal migrations of these animals, harvesting wild plants and living a nomadic existence defined by the rhythms of nature. Conventional wisdom has long suggested that such societies lack the stability or organization to build monumental structures or undertake large-scale communal projects. Yet, At Göbekli Tepe, something extraordinary happened. These nomadic hunter-gatherers came together in large numbers to construct massive stone complexes adorned with sophisticated carvings and symbolic images representing perhaps humanity's earliest known attempt at organized communal architecture. Excavations at Göbekli Tepe, which means Potbelly Hill in Turkish, began earnestly in the 1990s under the guidance of German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt. As Schmidt and his team began unearthing the enormous stone pillars, they soon realized the scale and complexity of what lay beneath. So far, more than 200 massive stone pillars arranged in roughly 20 distinct circles or enclosures have been discovered, many reaching heights of 18 feet and weighing up to 16 tons. Each pillar is carefully crafted from local limestone, carved and erected without the use of metal tools or wheels, technologies that wouldn't appear until millennia later. Yet, despite the sheer difficulty of their creation, these pillars were somehow cut, transported, and arranged precisely, carefully set into circular patterns surrounding a central pair of larger T-shaped pillars. The carvings on these pillars are equally remarkable, decorated with detailed, strikingly realistic reliefs of animals, abstract shapes, and mysterious symbols. Many pillars depict creatures such as lions, boars, snakes, vultures, and foxes, animals that must have held significant symbolic meaning to the ancient peoples who carved them. Notably, the craftsmanship at Göbekli Tepe exhibits a high degree of skill and artistry, suggesting these hunter-gatherers possessed an advanced level of organization and planning previously considered impossible at such an early point in human history. And even more intriguingly, some pillars appear to depict abstract symbols or figures whose meanings remain entirely unknown, hinting at a belief system or symbolism lost to time, potentially representing humanity's earliest known attempts at complex symbolic or religious expression. Perhaps even more astonishing than the artistry and scale of Göbekli Tepe itself is its age. Radiocarbon dating of materials from the site has consistently indicated that construction began around 9600 BCE, continuing in phases over the next several thousand years. This timeframe places Göbekli Tepe firmly in the pre-pottery Neolithic era, meaning it predates pottery, domesticated animals, organized agriculture, and even permanent settlements. Until the discovery of Göbekli Tepe, archaeologists had largely believed that monumental architecture and organized communal labor could only have occurred after humans developed agriculture and settled communities. After all, permanent settlements would provide the stability and surplus food needed to support large construction projects and specialized labor. Göbekli Tepe fundamentally challenges this assumption, suggesting instead that monumental construction and religious or symbolic gathering may have been catalysts for agriculture rather than products of it. This reversal of historical chronology is one of the key mysteries of Göbekli Tepe. If agriculture and settled life came after monumental structures rather than before, it forces historians and archaeologists to reconsider why hunter-gatherers would invest such enormous energy, time, and resources into a site like Göbekli Tepe. What drove these nomadic peoples to build such elaborate structures carved with profound symbolic imagery at a time when their very survival depended on constant movement and adaptation to a changing natural world? One widely supported theory among archaeologists today is that Göbekli Tepe served primarily as a ritual or ceremonial site. The site lacks any clear evidence of residential use. There are no clear living quarters, storage areas, or remains of everyday life typically found at contemporary settlements. Instead, the evidence strongly suggests Göbekli Tepe functioned as a focal point for periodic gatherings, likely drawing together groups of hunter-gatherers from across the region for rituals, feasting, storytelling, and perhaps even early forms of trade or exchange. In this way, Göbekli Tepe could have played a key role in helping establish social cohesion and cultural identity among disparate groups, encouraging cooperation, community building, and perhaps laying the groundwork for later settled life. Yet, even this relatively practical theory leaves significant unanswered questions. Why did hunter-gatherers devote such tremendous labour to building these stone circles and decorating them with elaborate carvings, only to intentionally bury them beneath soil and rubble a few generations later? Archaeological investigations reveal that many of the Göbekli Tepe enclosures were deliberately buried, seemingly with great care, around 8000 BCE. This act of purposeful burial preserved the site remarkably well, protecting it from the elements and damage over thousands of years. Yet, it remains completely unclear why this burial took place. Were the people deliberately closing this ceremonial chapter of their culture? Was the burial a symbolic act of respect or reverence, or perhaps a means of preserving a sacred space for future generations? Other researchers suggest a more practical explanation for Göbekli Tepe's sudden abandonment and burial, proposing environmental factors as key motivations. Around the period when Göbekli Tepe was abandoned, evidence from ice core samples and other climate records indicate dramatic shifts in climate across the Near East. These climatic changes may have disrupted traditional animal migrations, making the once rich hunting grounds less abundant. Perhaps these environmental pressures forced the region's hunter-gatherers to adopt agriculture out of necessity, settling down permanently in communities closer to stable food sources. In this view, Göbekli Tepe might represent the last grand achievement of a fading nomadic culture, buried intentionally as a monument to the hunter-gatherer way of life, just as agriculture and settlement began reshaping society. And still, the complexity and richness of symbolism at Göbekli Tepe invites speculation that something even more profound may have been occurring at the site. Could the pillars and carvings represent the earliest known expressions of human cosmology or mythology, a proto-religion that offered meaning and structure to a world rapidly changing? Or was Göbekli Tepe perhaps constructed as a deliberate message or marker, a permanent communication intended for future generations or even an unknown audience above? While some fringe theorists suggest that Göbekli Tepe's precision and complexity hint at lost ancient knowledge or even external intervention, mainstream archaeology strongly disputes these claims. Yet even skeptics acknowledge that Göbekli Tepe reshapes our understanding of human prehistory, forcing a reconsideration of the timeline of civilization and the drivers behind humanity's earliest steps toward organized society, ritual, and complex communal activity. In essence, Göbekli Tepe stands at the crossroads of archaeology, history, and anthropology, bridging our past and present in ways that continue to challenge and surprise. As excavations continue, each unearthed carving and pillar promises further insights, opening new windows onto the motivations, beliefs, and lives of people who lived nearly 12,000 years ago. In discovering Göbekli Tepe, we have uncovered not only a remarkable archaeological site, but also a reflection of humanity's deepest impulses. In the early 1900s, just off the coast of the small Greek island of Antikythera, a group of sponge divers stumbled upon a discovery that would shake the foundations of history itself. resting quietly on the seabed, hidden beneath centuries of silt and sediment, lay the rusting remains of an ancient shipwreck. At first, the divers were captivated by the bronze sculptures, intricate pottery, and ornate jewellery scattered among the wreckage. But as archaeologists began carefully examining the artefacts brought to the surface, it became clear that this sunken vessel concealed something more advanced than anyone could have possibly imagined. Amidst the broken relics and fragmented treasures, archaeologists noticed a small, heavily corroded lump of bronze and wood, unremarkable at first glance, yet curious enough to merit further investigation. As scientists slowly removed the hardened layers of rust and grime, an object of stunning complexity emerged into view. It consisted of dozens of interlocking gears and finely crafted metal wheels arranged in an intricate network that defied everything historians had believed about ancient technology. Today, we call this astonishing device the Antikythera mechanism, and despite decades of research, it remains one of the most perplexing artifacts ever discovered, an ancient machine so sophisticated that it seems almost impossible to attribute it to the civilization of its time. The Antikythera mechanism was crafted sometime around 100 to 150 BCE, more than 2,000 years ago, a time when humanity was supposed to be limited to basic tools and simple machinery. Yet this remarkable device appears to possess capabilities far beyond the presumed technological boundaries of the ancient Greeks. At first glance, its intricate gears, precisely engineered cogs, and meticulously arranged dials resemble something you'd expect from an 18th century clockmaker, not an artisan working centuries before the birth of Christ. But what exactly was this mechanism, and what was it meant to do? Initially, experts were baffled by its complexity. Only decades later, after painstaking examination through advanced X-ray imaging and modern scanning techniques, did researchers finally begin to understand its purpose. The Antikythera mechanism, it turned out, was a type of analog computer, carefully designed to predict astronomical events and track celestial movements with a precision that stunned modern scientists. It accurately depicted the cycles of the sun, moon, and planets, tracked eclipses, calculated lunar phases, and even indicated the positions of significant star constellations, all neatly displayed across a series of interconnected dials. To put this in perspective, consider the astonishing fact that nothing else resembling this level of sophistication appeared in history again until more than 1,000 years later. The mechanism's gears and wheels were crafted with precision down to fractions of a millimeter, accuracy considered nearly impossible without modern tools. How did ancient artisans manage to create something so intricate, so accurate, and so mathematically advanced without leaving any clear record behind? The mystery deepens further when we realize how little information about the Antikythera mechanism survived. There are no surviving blueprints, no detailed writings or drawings, and hardly any direct references to its construction or purpose. Only small hints from ancient authors, vague mentions in texts, and fragmented clues scattered throughout the historical record offer any insight at all. Even today, historians and scientists debate whether the Antikythera mechanism was a unique masterpiece or part of a broader tradition of lost technology, indicating a far greater sophistication among ancient civilizations than we currently acknowledge. One of the biggest puzzles is why this remarkable knowledge suddenly disappeared from the historical record. How could a civilization advanced enough to build such a precise astronomical instrument simply vanish from memory, their innovations erased from time? Was the mechanism a secret guarded closely by select scholars, or did catastrophic events erase this knowledge from humanity's collective consciousness? And while some historians maintain that the Antikythera mechanism represents a singular leap in ingenuity, others argue that it must have been part of a larger body of ancient technology, advanced knowledge now lost to the ravages of history. These theorists point to references by ancient authors who spoke mysteriously about devices that measured celestial events or described mechanisms of astonishing complexity. Could the Antikythera mechanism be merely the sole survivor of an ancient world far more advanced than we dare imagine? Some researchers speculate that the device might have been inspired by the legendary school of Archimedes, the Greek mathematician and inventor who lived only decades before the mechanism's creation. Archimedes himself was known for remarkable feats of engineering and innovation, but even his documented creations pale in comparison to the mechanism's complexity. Did Archimedes, or perhaps another unknown genius, possess deeper, forgotten insights into the cosmos, enabling him to design something that would remain unmatched for centuries? Adding to the mystery is the mechanism's remarkable accuracy. Modern examinations using advanced imaging techniques show that it could predict lunar eclipses decades in advance, chart planetary orbits with precision, and model astronomical cycles that early civilizations were not expected to grasp fully. This leaves researchers wondering how the creators of the Antikythera mechanism gained their astronomical knowledge. Did they have access to observations or theories lost over millennia, or did their understanding arise independently through astonishing insight and brilliance? Even more perplexing is how such advanced engineering vanished from history, leaving humanity to rediscover similar technology only after centuries of slow, gradual scientific progress. The next known device approaching the complexity of the Antikythera mechanism, a geared astronomical clock, wouldn't appear in historical records until well over 1,000 years later in medieval Europe. What happened to all that accumulated knowledge in the intervening centuries, and why did it vanish? Some fringe theories go even further, suggesting that perhaps the device didn't originate from human hands at all. Could the Antikythera mechanism represent evidence of ancient contact with a far more advanced civilization, either terrestrial or extraterrestrial? While mainstream researchers reject such explanations, the extreme technical precision and complexity of the mechanism continue to intrigue even the most cautious historians. It feels strangely out of place, as if dropped into history from somewhere else entirely. In recent years, ongoing research has revealed even more hidden features within the mechanism, previously invisible inscriptions and markings discovered through advanced imaging techniques. These findings indicate that the device's creators included extensive astronomical knowledge far more advanced than previously believed, further suggesting that the mechanism wasn't just a sophisticated astronomical tool, but also an educational instrument designed to teach astronomy and astrology to an elite audience. Who were the intended users of this device, and why was its knowledge seemingly never passed on? Today, the Antikythera mechanism resides behind glass, in a museum, quietly inviting awe and speculation from those who peer through its protective casing. Yet, despite decades of meticulous analysis, modern science remains no closer to understanding fully how or why this ancient device came into existence. It continues to pose difficult questions about humanity's ancient past, challenging us to reconsider what civilizations thousands of years ago could achieve, what knowledge they might have possessed, and what other secrets may still lie hidden beneath the waves or buried deep within the earth. Ultimately, the Antikythera mechanism is more than just an ancient curiosity. It represents a silent witness to a lost chapter in human history. It reminds us that our ancestors were far more brilliant, imaginative, and capable than we sometimes allow ourselves to believe. Perhaps someday, with advances in technology and ongoing research, we will finally unravel its secrets and understand exactly how such an extraordinary piece of engineering came to be. But until that day arrives, the Antikythera mechanism will continue to spin quietly in our imaginations. Hidden within the endless maze of artifacts excavated from the ancient Near East, buried deep beneath the sands and crumbling walls of civilizations long past, sits an object so unusual that even modern science hesitates to fully acknowledge its existence. Imagine something so profoundly out of place, so unexpectedly advanced, that it challenges the very timeline of technological progress we've painstakingly constructed. That object is the Baghdad Battery. The story of the Baghdad Battery begins quietly, unearthed almost by chance in 1938 near the ruins of Kujat Rabu, a small town outside of modern-day Baghdad, Iraq. Archaeologist Wilhelm Koenig, working for the National Museum of Iraq, stumbled upon a collection of small clay jars during a routine excavations. At first glance, these jars appeared ordinary, simple vessels perhaps for storage or a ritual use, but upon closer examination they revealed something profoundly strange and entirely unexpected. Each jar was roughly 5 inches tall, made from fired clay, sealed at the top by a solid bitumen plug, a tar-like substance common in ancient Mesopotamia. Yet, it was what lay hidden inside these seemingly unremarkable jars that captured Koenig's attention. Breaking open one of these ancient vessels, archaeologists discovered a copper cylinder encasing an iron rod. The copper cylinder was neatly and carefully positioned, isolated by asphalt at the bottom and the bitumen plug at the top, clearly intended to separate the metal components. This precise arrangement immediately struck Koenig as peculiar. Why would ancient craftsmen deliberately isolate 2 different metals inside a sealed clay container? To a modern eye familiar with basic principles of electricity, the design of the Baghdad Battery was shockingly clear. It closely resembled a rudimentary galvanic cell, a primitive battery. If filled with an acidic substance like vinegar or lemon juice, the copper and iron combination would indeed generate an electric current. A battery, simple but functional, existing nearly 2,000 years before Alessandro Volta officially invented the first modern battery in 1800. How could something so seemingly advanced exist buried beneath layers of ancient dust, forgotten for centuries? Koenig quickly theorized that the device was exactly what it appeared to be: a functioning battery dating back as early as 200 BC, long before modern science acknowledged the concept of electricity. He suggested the ancient people of Mesopotamia, perhaps Parthians or Sasanians, possessed a level of technological sophistication previously unimagined. Yet Koenig's radical hypothesis quickly sparked controversy, sending archaeologists, historians, and scientists scrambling for alternative explanations. Skeptics argued that labeling these ancient jars as batteries was reckless, even sensationalist. They pointed out that no written record from Mesopotamia references electricity or similar devices. Surely, they reasoned, if ancient people had harnessed electricity, some textual or artistic evidence would survive. Additionally, critics noted that archaeologists discovered no accompanying wires, circuits, or other electrical apparatus near the jars. Why create batteries, they wondered, without any evident practical use or application. To explain this discrepancy, some historians offered alternative hypotheses. Perhaps the Baghdad Battery was not an electrical device at all, but rather served a simpler function, like storing precious papyrus scrolls. The iron rod, they speculated, might have served as a core around which scrolls were wrapped, protected by the copper cylinder and sealed from moisture and insects by the bitumen plug. Another theory proposed that the jars were part of ritual objects meant to contain sacred artifacts. Yet neither explanation convincingly accounted for the deliberate and precise isolation of different metals, a crucial detail that strongly implied a technological rather than ritual purpose. Still, skeptics held firm, arguing that the simplest explanation, ancient people using primitive forms of electricity, was simply too radical to accept without stronger evidence. But then came the practical tests. Researchers, intrigued by Koenig's hypothesis, began carefully reconstructing exact replicas of the Baghdad Battery. They filled the replicas with mild acidic solutions like vinegar or grape juice, substances readily available to the ancients, and tested their electrical potential. The results stunned even the skeptics. The replicas consistently generated a measurable electrical current, producing enough voltage to power small objects. Suddenly, what had seemed improbable or impossible began looking increasingly plausible. The Baghdad Battery's design wasn't just coincidentally reminiscent of a battery, it was functionally identical to a primitive electrochemical cell. Experimental archaeologists successfully demonstrated that several connected replicas could even electroplate thin layers of precious metal onto small objects, a process long thought beyond ancient capabilities. Was this the true purpose of these mysterious jars, hidden from history until now? Had ancient Mesopotamians secretly mastered a form of primitive electricity, using it for metal plating or ceremonial purposes? This compelling evidence thrust the Baghdad Battery back into controversy. Even today, scholars remain sharply divided on the issue. Mainstream historians remain cautious, unwilling to rewrite history based solely on these jars, insisting that clearer archaeological evidence, perhaps ancient wires, tools, or written descriptions, must be found before concluding that electricity existed 2,000 years ago. Yet the skeptics' explanations remain unsatisfying, consistently failing to account for the exactitude, precision, and practicality of the battery's design. Supporters of Koenig's theory argue passionately that the Baghdad Battery might be the surviving fragment of forgotten knowledge, lost, rediscovered, and lost again through centuries of upheaval and conquest. Ancient civilizations regularly surprised us with technological innovations far ahead of their time. After all, Mesopotamia was the cradle of civilization, home to humanity's first writing, cities, irrigation, and mathematics. Could electrical experimentation, though unexpected, truly be beyond the capabilities of a people already proficient in science, mathematics, and metallurgy? Adding further intrigue, researchers point to ancient artifacts throughout the Near East showing traces of extremely thin, evenly coated gold or silver layers so delicate and precisely applied that experts previously struggled to explain how ancient artisans could have achieved such remarkable finishes without modern technology. Could the Baghdad Battery represent the missing link, explaining how ancient craftsmen accomplished such precise electroplating, yet without definitive proof, without ancient texts, without wires or clear evidence? The Baghdad Battery remains suspended in historical limbo, tantalizingly close to rewriting history, but not quite proven. It exists now as archaeology's open secret, a challenge to traditional narratives, gently provoking historians to reconsider assumptions about human capability, technological advancement, and the linear progression of history. Perhaps the Baghdad Battery represents a secret carefully guarded by ancient craftsmen, passed through generations and kept deliberately hidden from outsiders. Or maybe it was simply forgotten, buried beneath war, conquest, and time, until discovered by accident. Whatever the truth, its existence demands we approach the past with humility, accepting that human history might hold more mysteries and surprises than our textbooks ever revealed. The Baghdad Battery continues quietly defying explanation, reminding us vividly that history often conceals secrets far more astonishing than we've imagined. As archaeologists unearth more artifacts, as new technologies help unravel ancient mysteries, perhaps someday we will fully understand this strange object that challenges everything we thought we knew. Until then, it remains one of archaeology's greatest enigmas, an ancient puzzle sitting patiently, silently daring us to solve it. High in the remote reaches of China's Qinghai province, where the wind howls across barren peaks and the earth feels like it's holding its breath, there's a place that doesn't belong. Mount Baigong looms over the landscape, a jagged sentinel of rock and mystery, its slopes hiding something that shouldn't exist, not by any rules of history or science we've come to trust. We're talking about the Baigong pipes, a network of strange, rust-red tubes threading through caves and stone, looking for all the world like the remnants of some ancient plumbing system. But here's the kicker. These aren't the work of some forgotten dynasty or clever medieval engineer. They're embedded in rock that's millions of years old, tied to a time when humans weren't even a flicker on the evolutionary horizon. This isn't a tale of lost treasure or buried kings. It's a puzzle that drags us into the deep past, where the line between natural oddity and impossible artifact starts to fray. So let's step into the shadows of Mount Baigong and ask the questions that keep circling like vultures over this desolate place. What are these pipes? Who or what put them there? And why do they feel like a message we're not ready to read? Picture the scene. It's 2002, and a team of Chinese researchers stumbles across something bizarre near the mountain's base. 3 caves yawn open in the rock, their interiors cool and dark, but it's what's inside that stops them cold. Protruding from the walls and floor are dozens of metallic pipes, some as thin as a toothpick, others wide enough to slide your arm through. They're reddish-brown, streaked with rust, and they run in patterns that look deliberate. Straight lines, sharp angles, even loops that vanish into the stone. Nearby, on the shores of a salt lake called Tosan, more pipes jut out of the ground like fossilized veins, half buried in sediment. The caves themselves are strange too, triangular openings perfectly framed as if carved with intent. Inside one, a pipe 12 feet long stretches from the ceiling to the floor, unbroken, unbent, like it was poured into place. The researchers scratch their heads, take samples and start digging for answers, but what they find only deepens the enigma. These pipes aren't just sitting on the surface, they're fused into the rock itself, a reddish sandstone that geologists date back 150 million years to the Jurassic period. That's a time of dinosaurs and primal forests, long before humans learned to smelt metal or dream of machines. And yet, here they are, pipes made of iron, silica and calcium, with a chemical makeup that screams artificial to anyone who studies them. Let's break that down, because the details are what make this so haunting. Analysis shows the pipes are mostly iron oxide, rust basically, mixed with silicon dioxide and calcium oxide, materials you'd expect in metalwork. But they're not pure ore or natural deposits. They're structured, hollow and uniform, like they were forged in a furnace. Some contain traces of organic residue, hinting at a purpose: water, fuel, something stranger. The largest ones, about 16 inches across, look like they could have carried a river's worth of liquid, while the smallest seem delicate, precise, almost decorative. And here's the real twist. Radiometric dating of the surrounding rock pegs it at 150 million years old, but the pipes themselves show signs of weathering that suggest they've been exposed for only a few 100,000 years. That gap, millions versus thousands, means they were either buried and then uncovered, or they're younger than the rock they're stuck in. Either way, it's a timeline that doesn't add up. So what's the official story? The scientific community leans hard into nature as the culprit. Geologists call these concretions, natural formations where minerals precipitate out of water, hardening into weird shapes over eons. Think of them like the pipes in your house clogging with limescale, but on a geological scale. The iron could have come from volcanic activity. Mount Baigong is part of an ancient volcanic zone, and the hollow tubes might be the result of fluid flowing through cracks, leaving behind mineral shells. The organic traces? Fossilized bacteria or plant matter, caught in the process. It's a solid theory backed by examples like the iron-rich nodules in Utah or the hollow, fairy chimneys of Turkey. Nature loves to play sculptor, and it's churned out stranger things than this. But here's where that explanation starts to wobble like a house of cards in the wind. The pipes aren't random. They're aligned, symmetrical, running through the caves in ways that feel engineered. Concretions can mimic pipes, sure, but they don't usually form perfect cylinders or right angles. And why are they concentrated in these caves with their oddly precise entrances, and nowhere else on the mountain? The organic residue doesn't match any known fossil pattern from the area, and the sheer scale, hundreds of pipes across multiple sites, pushes the natural accident idea to its breaking point. Even skeptics admit it's an outlier, a freak of geology that doesn't quite fit the textbook. That's when the alternative theories start creeping in, and they're as wild as the landscape itself. Locals have long whispered about Mount Baigong, calling it E.T.'s relic or the alien mountain. The pipes, they say, are leftovers from a time when beings not of this world visited or lived here. Ancient astronaut theorists pounced on the discovery, pointing to the pipe's artificial look and impossible age. Could they be part of an extraterrestrial base, a fuel line or exhaust system for machines we can't imagine? The caves, with their triangular mouths, might have been hangars or portals, the pipes channeling energy or resources. The Jurassic dating only fuels the fire. Maybe these visitors came when Earth was still a dinosaur playground, leaving their junk behind when they moved on. It's a stretch, no doubt, but when you stand in those caves and see the pipes glinting in the dim light, it's hard not to feel like you've stepped into someone else's story. Others take a less cosmic tack, suggesting a lost human civilization might be to blame. Maybe an advanced culture, way older than we think possible, mastered metallurgy and engineering, then vanished without a trace. The pipes could be irrigation channels, smelting vents, or even primitive plumbing built into the mountain before it was a mountain, when the rock was still soft sediment. The problem? No tools, no bones, no scraps of that culture have ever turned up. The earliest known ironworking in China dates to maybe 1000 BC, a far cry from 150 million years ago. And if they were that advanced, Where's the rest of their legacy? The idea crumbles under its own weight, but it lingers, teasing us with the thought that history might be hiding a chapter we've missed. Step back, and the Baigong pipes feel like a dare from the past. They sit there, silent and stubborn, refusing to fit into our neat boxes of geology or history. Imagine standing at the cave mouth, the wind biting at your skin, those rusted tubes snaking into the shadows. Are they just nature's prank, a cosmic joke played with iron and time? Or are they something more? Relics of a world we've lost, or one we were never meant to find? Scientists keep testing, theorists keep spinning, but the mountain isn't talking. It's been there since the dinosaurs, watching empires rise and fall, and it'll probably outlast us too, cradling its secret in stone. The pipes don't care what we think, they just are, a riddle etched into the earth, daring us to keep guessing. And maybe that's the real pull of this place, not the answers, but the questions that echo louder with every step you take away. What else is out there, buried in the bones of the planet, waiting to turn everything we know upside down? In museums and private collections across the globe rest objects that at first glance seem straightforward. Clear, crystalline sculptures in the exact shape and proportions of a human skull. At first sight, you might mistake them for ornamental curiosities, unusual yet ultimately mundane artifacts. But behind their polished surfaces and hollow, transparent eyes lies a mystery that scholars, collectors, and skeptics have debated passionately for more than a century. These are the crystal skulls, artifacts whose origins have been claimed as Mesoamerican, but whose true story remains uncertain, entangled in controversy, legend, and myth. Crystal skulls first burst into public attention in the late 19th century, at a time when interest in ancient civilizations, particularly those of Central and South America, had captivated explorers and adventurers from Europe and North America. It was an era of archaeological discovery and fevered speculation, when lost cities, golden treasures, and mysterious artifacts drew explorers into jungles and ruins, searching not only for history but also for fortune and fame. Amid this atmosphere of curiosity and excitement emerged the first prominent crystal skulls, exquisite carvings said to have originated in ancient Mesoamerican cultures like the Maya or Aztec. But unlike typical artifacts found at archaeological sites, pottery, tools, ornaments, these skulls were carved from quartz crystal, sometimes perfectly clear, other times smoky or translucent, and displayed a level of craftsmanship seemingly beyond what scholars thought ancient artisans could achieve. The most famous of these artifacts, the so-called Mitchell Hedges skull, surfaced under mysterious circumstances. British explorer and adventurer Frederick Albert Mitchell Hedges claimed his adopted daughter Anna had discovered the skull in 1924 beneath an ancient altar while exploring the ruined Maya city of Libantun in Belize. This skull, carved from a single block of pure quartz crystal, featured a hinged jaw that moved perfectly, an engineering feat exceptionally difficult to accomplish without modern tools. Mitchell Hedges himself promoted the skull as a relic from Atlantis, connecting it to ancient myths and legends, claiming it possessed extraordinary powers of healing and mystical communication. Other crystal skulls soon appeared, each with equally fascinating origin stories and extraordinary claims. Among them were artifacts now held by prominent institutions, including the British Museum in London and the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. These skulls, although strikingly similar, varied in size and clarity. Each skull, wherever it was displayed, drew crowds of fascinated visitors, captivated by their sheer beauty and intrigued by the stories claiming they were ancient tools of prophecy, supernatural healing, or even interdimensional communication. Yet almost from the start, controversy surrounded the skull's true origins. Archaeologists familiar with authentic Mesoamerican art quickly began raising serious doubts about the skull's supposed ancient pedigree. Despite dramatic tales of jungle discovery, no crystal skull had ever been reliably documented in an official archaeological excavation anywhere in Mesoamerica. This was a significant red flag. Genuine artifacts are meticulously documented by archaeologists, their context carefully recorded, but crystal skulls consistently appeared on the antiquities market or were presented by explorers without credible archaeological provenance. Moreover, experts pointed out significant stylistic inconsistencies. Genuine Mesoamerican artifacts, especially those carved from stone or crystal, typically displayed stylistic features unmistakably connected to known cultural traditions, Mayan hieroglyphs, Aztec motifs, Olmec artistic styles. Yet the crystal skulls featured none of these distinct cultural signatures. Instead, their smooth, hyper-realistic proportions more closely resembled Western notions of human anatomy, lacking the symbolic or artistic stylization characteristic of genuine pre-Columbian art. To skeptics, this suggested that the crystal skulls were not ancient relics but modern creations, cleverly marketed as mysterious artifacts from a romanticized past. Scientific scrutiny of the crystal skulls deepened the mystery further. Beginning in the late 20th century, researchers subjected some of these skulls to extensive analysis using electron microscopy and spectroscopic techniques. Their findings cast further doubt on claims of ancient origins. Examination of microscopic tool marks on the surface of several skulls, including the ones held by major museums, showed clear signs of being carved using modern rotary wheels, tools unavailable to ancient Maya or Aztec artisans. These microscopic abrasions and polished surfaces match precisely the marks made by diamond-coated grinding tools, confirming beyond reasonable doubt that at least some crystal skulls were not ancient artifacts, but products of relatively recent manufacture, likely originating in 19th century Europe or America. Despite these scientific revelations, however, the crystal skulls retained their aura of mystery. Even the Mitchell Hedges skull, despite claims of being an authentic ancient relic, was later found to have ambiguous origins. Archival evidence revealed inconsistencies in Mitchell Hedges' account, suggesting he had purchased the skull rather than found it at Luzern. Researchers pointed out that no independent records existed to verify its supposed discovery beneath an ancient altar. Some historians theorized the Mitchell Hedges skull, like many others, had been fabricated by skilled European craftsmen in the late 1800s and early 1900s, likely inspired by widespread fascination with Mesoamerican cultures. Yet, despite compelling evidence suggesting modern origins, believers in the crystal skull's authenticity persisted. Advocates argued that even if some skulls were modern copies, original, genuine ancient crystal skulls must still exist, serving as powerful spiritual tools crafted by ancient civilizations possessing lost knowledge or even extraterrestrial technology. According to various legends popularized by New Age enthusiasts, there exist exactly 13 original crystal skulls scattered worldwide which, if reunited, would unlock extraordinary spiritual powers, reveal hidden knowledge, or even prevent global catastrophe. These legends drew heavily from indigenous folklore, New Age mysticism, and speculative archaeology, weaving a complex narrative that combined ancient Maya prophecies, Atlantis legends, and theories about extraterrestrial contact. According to these theories, the original skulls served as repositories of advanced knowledge, encoding ancient wisdom within their crystalline structure. Claims emerge that crystal skulls, when activated or properly aligned, emitted vibrations capable of healing sickness, awakening psychic abilities, or even enabling communication with other dimensions or beings from distant worlds. Adding to the complexity, indigenous cultures of Central America themselves express diverse opinions about crystal skulls. Some indigenous elders embrace the skulls as authentic ceremonial objects carrying ancestral wisdom, using them in modern rituals and spiritual gatherings. Others strongly rejected their authenticity, criticizing them as modern inventions exploiting native spirituality for profit or entertainment. This internal disagreement further blurred the lines, complicating efforts to untangle truth from myth. Even today, the crystal skull phenomenon endures. Each year, gatherings of crystal skull enthusiasts occur around the world, celebrating the skull's supposed mystical properties, exchanging stories of paranormal experiences, and speculating about their true origins. Meanwhile, mainstream archaeologists and scientists continue to view crystal skulls as fascinating modern artifacts, valuable examples of how myths and legends can transform ordinary objects into powerful symbols of mystery and spirituality. Despite decades of research, conflicting claims, and scientific scrutiny, the crystal skulls remain objects that resist full explanation. On one hand, they stand as cautionary examples of how powerful storytelling and romanticized views of history can blur boundaries between fact and fiction, creating enduring mysteries from objects whose true origins are surprisingly mundane. Yet, on the other hand, the crystal skulls persist as potent symbols, capturing imaginations precisely because they remain shrouded in ambiguity. Whether considered as clever hoaxes, misunderstood cultural artifacts, or relics from some unknown, mysterious past, the crystal skulls endure precisely because they embody humanity's endless fascination with the unknown, the mysterious, and the unexplained. In the dense, humid jungles of southern Costa Rica, scattered across valleys and hidden beneath layers of earth, sits a collection of stone spheres that have intrigued archaeologists, historians, and explorers alike for almost a century. These are the Diquís spheres, massive stone orbs carved from solid rock with astonishing precision and scattered throughout a region once inhabited by ancient indigenous cultures. Ranging from just a few inches across to gigantic specimens over 7 feet in diameter and weighing many tons, these spheres seem strangely out of place, silently awaiting discovery beneath tangled roots, thick vegetation, and the flowing mud of tropical rivers. But despite decades of careful study, no one has fully explained exactly why or how they were created, nor the reason for their careful placement throughout this remote corner of Central America. First discovered in the 1930s by workers clearing dense jungle land for banana plantations, the spheres initially appeared as odd curiosities, unusual decorations hidden in the shadows of the forest. The United Fruit Company, which controlled the plantations, employed laborers who stumbled upon the spheres by chance, buried partially beneath jungle vegetation or submerged in river mud. At first, they were casually moved aside by tractors, dynamited to see if they held hidden gold or treasure, or taken by collectors as garden ornaments. No one immediately grasped their significance. Only later, when archaeologists arrived to investigate, did the true mystery and significance of the spheres become apparent. These spheres, carved with remarkable symmetry and precision from tough igneous rocks like granodiorite, immediately stood out as highly unusual artifacts. Each one displayed near-perfect spherical geometry, an impressive feat considering the indigenous people who carved them had no known access to advanced tools or machinery. The spheres varied widely in size, but consistently maintained impressive accuracy. When measured by modern methods, many spheres show deviations of only a few millimeters from perfect roundness, an astonishing accomplishment for people working solely with stone tools and without any metal implements. Archaeologists soon identified these objects as creations of the pre-Columbian Diquís culture, which flourished in southern Costa Rica from approximately 700 AD to the 1500s, until European contact disrupted and ultimately ended their society. The spheres became known collectively as the Diquís spheres, named after the river valley region where they were found. Researchers immediately recognized that the spheres were no random artistic expression, but clearly held significant cultural meaning, given the vast effort required to create, transport, and position them. But precisely what they represented, religious symbols, territorial markers, astronomical alignments, or something entirely different, remained elusive. Early theories quickly emerged, attempting to explain the presence and meaning of these enigmatic artifacts. One common initial hypothesis suggested that the spheres marked burial sites or graves of important leaders or warriors. After all, many ancient cultures often placed large stone monuments to honor the dead, but careful excavations revealed no consistent evidence of human remains beneath or near the spheres, casting doubt on this explanation. Though human burials existed nearby, no pattern directly linked these spheres to tombs or grave sites, prompting archaeologists to seek other explanations. Another popular early theory proposed that the spheres functioned as territorial markers, defining borders or boundaries for different villages, tribes, or clans within the Diquís region. Since many spheres appeared in clusters or aligned carefully across specific areas, this hypothesis initially appeared plausible. Yet, further study showed that their distribution didn't consistently match any logical territorial divisions. Many spheres stood isolated in remote, difficult-to-reach locations far from human settlements or recognizable territorial boundaries. Thus, the territorial marker hypothesis, while tempting, could not fully account for all the spheres or their placement. A third major idea emerged as researchers began noticing alignments that might have astronomical significance. Some of the spheres appeared arranged in ways that seemed related to celestial events or seasonal positions of stars, planets, or solar phenomena. Could these stone orbs have functioned as primitive astronomical observatories, markers aligned with equinoxes, solstices, or lunar cycles? Early excitement around this idea led to extensive studies and attempts to confirm such alignments scientifically. However, detailed analysis produced mixed results. While some spheres appeared to correspond roughly with astronomical events, the evidence was inconsistent. Many other spheres showed no clear celestial alignments, undermining confidence in this explanation as well. Faced with multiple promising theories yet no definitive answers, archaeologists turned to examining the remarkable craftsmanship itself. How exactly did the Diquís people carve these enormous, nearly perfect spheres without access to metal tools, machinery, or advanced measurement systems? Experimental archaeology provided some clues. By replicating ancient methods, researchers demonstrated that shaping large stone spheres could be done using stone hammers, abrasive sand, and constant grinding, smoothing, and polishing. Yet these experiments also revealed something astonishing. The creation of just one medium-sized sphere would require hundreds or even thousands of hours of intense labor, exceptional skill, and precise coordination. Considering hundreds of spheres exist, this represents a massive undertaking for a society without modern infrastructure. This observation shifted the focus of archaeologists from the spheres themselves to the society that made them. Clearly, the spheres had tremendous cultural importance to justify such immense effort. Anthropologists began exploring indigenous oral traditions, hoping to uncover stories or legends passed down through generations that might explain their significance. While indigenous communities today speak of these spheres as sacred objects with spiritual power, much original context has been lost through centuries of colonization and cultural disruption. Thus, oral traditions hint at deeper symbolic meanings, yet stop short of fully clarifying their original purpose or function. With each new excavation, fresh insights continue to emerge. Recent archaeological investigations suggest the spheres might indeed have symbolized power and prestige, possibly indicating social hierarchy or political influence within Diquís society. Their careful arrangement near homes of leaders or ceremonial plazas suggests they held deep cultural meaning, representing authority or status. Adding another layer of complexity, many Diquís spheres have unfortunately been disturbed, moved from their original locations, or damaged by looters and amateur collectors over the decades. Many ended up in private gardens or museums far from their original context, complicating efforts to fully understand their meaning or purpose. Despite the significant loss of archaeological context, ongoing studies continue revealing more spheres buried beneath jungle terrain, rivers and valleys, suggesting the possibility of hundreds more still awaiting discovery. The Diquís spheres thus stand as a striking reminder of how even careful research and modern archaeological methods can struggle to reconstruct ancient beliefs or symbolic meanings lost to history. They remind us vividly of how sophisticated ancient indigenous societies truly were, capable of extraordinary artistic and engineering accomplishments without modern technology. Whether markers of social status, symbolic religious artifacts, or alignments to the stars, the true meaning of the spheres might never fully emerge. Each new excavation reveals more complexity rather than clarity, deepening rather than resolving this fascinating puzzle. In 2014, UNESCO officially recognized the spheres and the region as a World Heritage Site, highlighting their global significance and urging further protection and research. Today, these massive stone spheres remain iconic symbols of Costa Rica's rich indigenous history, captivating visitors and researchers alike. But beyond their aesthetic appeal, they remind us how much we still have to discover about past cultures and how fragile our historical understanding remains. Perhaps future excavations will finally reveal a long-lost clue, a definitive explanation for these remarkable artifacts. Until then, the Diquís spheres continue quietly occupying their jungle homes, reminding us that the past remains full of mysteries patiently waiting beneath the Earth's surface, silently challenging us to keep searching. Down in the sun-bleached ruins of Crete, where the Mediterranean whispers against rocky shores and the ghosts of a lost world linger in the stones, there's an artifact that refuses to give up its secrets. We're talking about the Phaistos disc, a small clay circle unearthed from the ashes of an ancient palace, its surface stamped with symbols that no one, absolutely no one, can read. Found over a century ago, It's become one of archaeology's most stubborn riddles, a relic that taunts us with its silence. This isn't some grand monument or glittering treasure. It's a modest 6-inch disc fired from the Earth itself, yet it carries the weight of a mystery that spans millennia. Where did it come from? What does it say? And why does it feel like a message from a civilization we've barely begun to understand? Let's step into the dusty halls of Minoan Crete and chase the enigma of the Phaistos disc, a puzzle that's as maddening as it is mesmerizing. It's July 3rd, 1908, and Italian archaeologist Luigi Pernier is sifting through the rubble of the Phaistos Palace, a sprawling Minoan complex on Crete's southern coast. The Minoans, those seafaring masters of art and trade, left behind frescoes of leaping bulls, labyrinthine ruins, and a legacy that echoes through Greek myth. Pernier's team is digging in a basement room, a storage space littered with broken pottery and ash, when they brush the dirt off something extraordinary. It's a disc, about the size of a man's hand. Its clay baked to a warm, earthy brown. Both sides are covered in a spiral of strange symbols, 241 of them, pressed into the surface with stamps like an ancient printing press. The signs aren't random. There's a fish, a bird, a helmeted head, a sheaf of grain, a walking man, even what looks like a beehive or a shield. They're grouped into clusters, separated by faint lines, spiraling inward toward the center like a cosmic code. Pernier knows he's holding something big, something that doesn't fit with the linear A tablets the Minoans left behind. This is different, older, stranger. And from that moment, the Phaistos disc starts its journey as a question mark etched in clay. Let's paint the picture of where it was found, because the setting matters. The Phaistos Palace sits on a hill overlooking the Messara Plain, a Minoan hub that thrived around 1700 BC. It's a maze of courtyards, storerooms and workshops, built and rebuilt after earthquakes shook it apart. The disc came from a layer tied to the Middle Minoan period, roughly 2000 to 1700 BC, buried under debris that hints at a fire or collapse. Nearby were scraps of pottery and a linear A tablet, but nothing else like the disc. It's a singleton, a one-off, and that's part of what makes it so maddening. The Minoans had a writing system, linear A, still undeciphered itself, but the disc's symbols don't match it. They're pictographs, not script, each one stamped with precision, suggesting someone made a set of tools just for this. Was it a one-time message? A ceremonial object? A game? The clay's been dated to around 1850 BC, give or take, but beyond that, the disc keeps its lips sealed, daring us to guess. So, what do we know about these symbols? There are 45 unique ones, fish, birds, tools, plants, human figures, repeated across 61 words or clusters. Side A has 31 groups, side B has 30, all spiraling clockwise from the edge to the core. The stamps mean it wasn't scratched by hand. Someone crafted a set of dies, pressed them into wet clay, then fired it. That's a big deal. Movable type predating Gutenberg by 3,000 years. The symbols feel alive. A man with a feathered headdress strides forward. A ship sails with a high prow. A flower blooms with delicate petals. They're not abstract squiggles. They tell a story, or at least they want to. But what story? Scholars have pored over them for decades, counting strokes, mapping patterns, comparing them to every known script from Egypt to Anatolia. Nothing fits. Linear A and B, the Minoan scripts, use lines and shapes, not pictures. Hieroglyphs from Egypt are close but not quite right. The disc's fish isn't their fish. its bird isn't their bird. It's a language or a code or something else entirely, and it's been laughing at us since the day it was dug up. The mainstream take is cautious as always. Most archaeologists peg it as a Minoan creation, maybe a religious text or a record, like a prayer to a sea god or a tally of grain. The spiral could mimic a ritual path, the symbols standing for offerings or deities. The Minoans loved their art. Think of those vibrant frescoes, and this might be a fancy version of their bookkeeping, a ceremonial ledger stamped with flair. Some say it's a hymn, sung to the rhythm of ancient chants, the clusters marking verses or beats. Others guess it's a calendar, tracking seasons with fish for spring and grain for harvest. The problem? No other Minoan artifact looks like this. Linear tablets are practical, lists of goods, names, numbers. The disc is theatrical, almost playful, and it's alone. If it's Minoan, why didn't they make more? And if it's a text, why can't we crack it when we've got computers that decode genomes? The theory holds water until you poke it, and then it leaks like a sieve. That's when the weirder ideas start bubbling up, and they're hard to shake. Some scholars wonder if the disc isn't Minoan at all, if it came from somewhere else, washed ashore on Crete like a message in a bottle. The symbols don't match local scripts, but they faintly echo pictographs from far-off places, the Indus Valley maybe, or pre-Hellenic Greece. Could it be a trade item, a gift from a lost culture that sailed the Mediterranean before history took notes? The Minoans were traders, their ships crisscrossing from Egypt to Syria. Maybe they picked up this disc or its maker and brought it home. But that raises more questions. Who had the tech to stamp clay like this 4,000 years ago? And why leave just one? The idea of a wandering scribe or a forgotten people is tantalizing, but it's a ghost trail. No shipwrecks, no sister discs, no proof. Then there's the fringe, the ones who see the disc as a key to something bigger. Ancient tech theorists, those tinkerers of the impossible, call it a relic of lost knowledge. The stamps, they say, prove the Minoans, or someone before them, had a printing system. A leap we don't credit until centuries later. Maybe it's a map, not of land, but of stars, the spiral charting constellations we've forgotten. The figures, ship, man, star, could be a navigator's code guiding ships across oceans or time itself. And yes, the alien crowds here too, waving their flags. They see the disc as extraterrestrial graffiti, a calling card from visitors who taught the Minoans a trick or two. The spiral, a galaxy. The symbols? A hello in a tongue we've never learned. It's out there, sure, but when you hold the disc's strangeness in your mind, it's not hard to see why people dream up these tales. Let's linger on that strangeness, because it's the heart of this thing. Imagine the artisan who made it, sitting in a dim workshop, the sea breeze drifting through. He carves his stamps, fish, bird, man, his hands steady with purpose. The clay's soft under his fingers, the spiral taking shape as he presses each sign. Is he a priest murmuring a prayer? A scribe logging a secret? Or just a dreamer, spinning a story for his kids? The palace hums around him. Potters fire jars, weavers thread looms, waves crash below. Then it's gone. Fire or quake buries it all, and the disc waits 300 to 700 years for Pernier's shovel. That's the pull of it. Not just what it says, but what it hides. Every expert who studied it, linguists, cryptographers, historians, walks away with a shrug. It's too short to crack without a Rosetta Stone, too unique to match anything else. We've thrown AI at it, mapped every curve, and still nothing. The Phaistos disc sits in a museum now, behind glass in Heracleion, its spirals glinting under soft lights. Tourists snap photos, scholars scribble notes, but it doesn't care. It's a whisper from a world we've lost, a tease from a people who knew something we don't. Was it a song, a map, a joke? Did it cross oceans or fall from the sky? We may never know, and maybe that's the point. It's a reminder that history isn't a puzzle with all the pieces. It's a shadow play, full of gaps and guesses. The disc dares us to keep looking, to dig deeper, to wonder what else is out there, stamped in clay or stone, waiting to upend everything. For now, it spins its silent spiral, a mystery that's as alive today as it was when the Minoans turned their eyes to the sea, and that's a thread worth following into the dark. In the high-altitude deserts and windswept plains of Bolivia, hidden among the towering peaks of the Andes, lies one of archaeology's most perplexing artifacts, an object that seems so out of place. It defies conventional historical explanations. It's a small bowl, humble at first glance, yet this seemingly ordinary object has ignited debates that shake the foundations of history itself. This is the Fuente Magna Bowl, an artifact so strange, so utterly inexplicable, that it continues to challenge everything we think we know about the ancient past. Imagine for a moment that you're a farmer in Bolivia, working the land near Lake Titicaca, surrounded by sweeping views of mountains that scrape the sky and waters shimmering with reflections of a distant past. It's the mid-20th century, and you're going about your day, unaware that beneath your feet lies an object that will soon become one of archaeology's most controversial discoveries. It was here, near this sacred lake, in 1958, that local villagers uncovered the Fuente Magna, a small stone vessel adorned with inscriptions so foreign and mysterious they might as well have fallen from the stars. At first, the bowl didn't seem extraordinary. It measured roughly 10 inches across, carved from a single piece of stone, smooth and sturdy, with simple decorative patterns on its outer surface. But when you peer inside, you encounter something baffling, lines of carefully etched symbols that resemble no known Andean writing system. These characters were strange, intricate, and oddly familiar, at least familiar to anyone versed in ancient civilizations, thousands of miles away, across an ocean in a land with no known historical connection to pre-Columbian South America. The inscriptions appeared strikingly similar to cuneiform, the wedge-shaped writing style used by ancient civilizations in Mesopotamia, the cradle of early human culture, home to Sumerians, Akkadians, and Babylonians. The script wasn't vaguely reminiscent of cuneiform. It was astonishingly precise, detailed, and unmistakably similar. But here was the problem. How could ancient Mesopotamian writing appear on an artifact discovered deep in the Americas, nearly half a world away from where the cuneiform script originated? This single bowl posed questions archaeologists weren't ready to answer. Was it proof of contact between the old world and the new long before Columbus set sail, or merely a bizarre coincidence, a case of mistaken interpretation that led scholars astray? To unravel this riddle, let's dive deeper into the strange inscriptions of the Fuente Magna and explore why it continues to defy explanation. When experts began examining the bowl closely, the inscriptions weren't just stylistically similar to cuneiform. They contained legible words and phrases that scholars trained in ancient Near Eastern languages could read. Renowned linguist Clyde Winters and a handful of researchers argued passionately that these symbols corresponded directly to Sumerian language, presenting translations that revealed religious and ceremonial texts referencing worship and ritual purification. According to these scholars, the bowl's inscription spoke of offering prayers and libations to the goddess Nia, an ancient deity of fertility and life. If accurate, the implications of these translations were staggering, rewriting not only the timeline of human migration, but potentially confirming ancient voyages across oceans long considered impassable. But the mainstream archaeological community was skeptical, and understandably so. After all, Mesopotamian civilization flourished thousands of miles away, separated by oceans, deserts, and mountains that ancient peoples supposedly lacked the means and knowledge to cross. Conventional history asserts that, until European explorers arrived, the civilizations of the Americas developed entirely independently, untouched by Old World cultures. How could a genuine Sumerian artifact turn up at Lake Titicaca, thousands of years and thousands of miles out of place? Critics offered explanations that were logical and conservative, calling the bowl a hoax or at best a misunderstanding. Some archaeologists insisted the bowl was modern, a forgery planted for reasons of fame or financial gain. Others argued it was an authentic pre-Columbian bowl carved by indigenous people, whose inscriptions merely coincidentally resembled cuneiform, perhaps misinterpreted through confirmation bias by eager scholars hoping to prove transoceanic contact. Yet these skeptical explanations face their own problems. Careful geological and chemical tests dated the Fuente Magna bowl to at least 1,000 years old, predating the arrival of Europeans in South America by centuries, making the modern forgery theory difficult to sustain. Moreover, the resemblance to ancient Mesopotamian cuneiform was strikingly detailed, precise enough to convince knowledgeable linguists, not just imaginative enthusiasts, that this was no mere accidental similarity. The characters matched known Sumerian forms remarkably well, and translations provided coherent, plausible texts aligned with ancient religious rituals. Could a coincidence truly be this precise, or was there something deeper going on here? In an attempt to explain how the Fuente Magna bowl could have reached Bolivia, alternative theorists pointed to ancient myths and legends from the region itself, stories that local indigenous cultures had preserved for centuries. Some of these accounts spoke of mysterious, bearded strangers arriving by sea, bringing new knowledge, skills, and spiritual beliefs. Could these tales, once dismissed as fantasy, contain hidden memories of ancient transoceanic travelers who ventured from Mesopotamia, North Africa, or other Old World civilizations into South America, sharing their language and beliefs, leaving behind traces that scholars had long overlooked? Adding fuel to these speculations was another enigmatic site close to Lake Titicaca, Tiwanaku, one of South America's oldest archaeological complexes, a sprawling, sophisticated civilization predating the Inca by centuries. Tiwanaku's origins and sudden rise remain mysterious, prompting some researchers to theorize about external influences, migrations, or even contact with distant cultures that inspired its impressive architecture, engineering, and astronomical alignments. Could Tiwanaku's mysterious founders have connections to the same ancient visitors who allegedly left the Fuente Magna bowl behind? Of course, skeptics rightly warn against leaps of imagination without stronger evidence. They remind us that extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof that has so far remained elusive. And yet, the Fuente Magna bowl continues to haunt scholarly debates precisely because it resists neat explanations. It doesn't comfortably fit into mainstream archaeology's carefully constructed narrative, forcing open doors to ideas historians would rather keep closed. Its presence raises questions that still linger, stubbornly unresolved. If the bowl is genuine, what does this tell us about human history? If it's a forgery or a misinterpretation, why hasn't definitive proof surfaced to dismiss it once and for all? As scientists and archaeologists remain divided, the bowl itself sits quietly in Bolivia's Museum of Precious Metals in La Paz, an unassuming object silently challenging visitors to reconsider history. Every new examination, every fresh analysis of its inscriptions deepens the mystery rather than resolves it. Far from providing closure, each scholarly attempt to debunk or authenticate the Fuente Magna bowl merely opens new layers of questions we're still struggling to answer. Could ancient civilizations truly have crossed oceans and interacted in ways history books have never recorded? Did an unknown culture, lost to history, bridge continents, influencing both old and new world civilizations long before historians ever imagined possible? Or is the Fuente Magna bowl merely an extraordinary anomaly, a mysterious fluke of language and art that teases us with possibilities we can't quite accept or dismiss? For now, this bowl remains what it always has been, an ancient artifact defiantly at odds with conventional history. Perhaps one day, archaeologists will uncover further evidence around Lake Titicaca, definitive proof that clarifies the mystery of the Fuente Magna bowl once and for all. Until then, this strange artifact keeps us wondering, imagining ancient voyages, forgotten civilizations and histories hidden beneath layers of soil, stone, and time. Maybe the truth is still buried, waiting to be uncovered. Maybe it will remain forever lost. Either way, the Fuente Magna bowl stands as a powerful reminder that our past remains full of mysteries, some so profound they might just rewrite history entirely. In the vast expanses of human history, countless objects have emerged from beneath the earth, each artifact whispering secrets of a bygone age, often reshaping our understanding of civilization, culture, and even time itself. But among these ancient curiosities, there are some discoveries so unusual, so inexplicable, they challenge not just our understanding of history, but our very perception of reality. Buried deep within layers of rock, sediment, and ancient earth lies one such artifact, a strange object discovered in the quiet heartland of Texas, thousands of miles from the sprawling metropolis whose name it curiously bears, the London Hammer. Imagine it's 1936, in the rugged countryside outside London, Texas, a tiny, rural settlement that hardly registers on a map, let alone in history books. Local couple Max Hahn and his wife Emma are exploring along Red Creek, a small, unremarkable stream winding its way through the sparse landscape. The creek has carved a gentle path through sedimentary rock and limestone formations that geologists date back millions of years, an era before human footprints ever pressed into this world. It's here, among these ancient strata, that the Hans stumble upon something that defies all conventional logic, a wooden-handled hammer, seemingly encased within solid stone itself. At first glance, the artifact seems ordinary enough. It's clearly a tool made by human hands, complete with a solid wooden handle and an iron head forged with precision and skill. But there's one glaring problem that stops everyone who sees it in their tracks. The hammer is firmly embedded inside a chunk of rock that geological analysis suggests could be as old as 100 million years. It's an anomaly so bizarre it begs immediate questions. How could a man-made object, obviously crafted by someone with knowledge of metallurgy and woodworking, be found trapped inside a stone that formed long before humans, or even our earliest ancestors, walked the earth? The hammer itself, upon close inspection, is no crude prehistoric tool. Instead, it's sophisticated in design, surprisingly modern in appearance, and demonstrates advanced metalworking techniques featuring an iron head composed primarily of iron, but with peculiar impurities that defy easy explanation. The hammer's head is about 6 inches long, solid, rust-resistant, and composed of an iron alloy remarkably pure and advanced for something allegedly buried in geological formations millions of years old. Perhaps even more puzzling, the wooden handle, though petrified into stone itself, retains detailed signs of craftsmanship and shaping, suggesting human or human-like intelligence was behind its creation. The first, most rational assumption skeptics offer up is straightforward and simple. Could the hammer somehow be a modern object accidentally encased in naturally forming mineral deposits over a relatively short period of time? After all, rapid petrification or concretion is a documented geological phenomenon. Iron objects can indeed fossilize, encased in minerals, under the right conditions, especially if placed in mineral-rich water sources for extended periods. It seems plausible, at least initially, but careful examination quickly raises red flags. Geologists point out the mineral deposits surrounding the hammer closely resemble Ordovician rock, ancient sedimentary formations that date far beyond any possible human interaction, stretching deep into Earth's primordial past. Further complicating matters, scientific analyses of the hammer conducted in the decades after its discovery only deepen the mystery. Chemical tests performed on the iron head reveal metallurgical properties distinctly unusual for modern iron tools. The purity level of iron present is extremely high, higher even than what we would typically see today, something experts struggle to rationalize. And if the hammer truly originated from modern times, we would expect significant oxidation, deterioration, or rust due to prolonged exposure to moisture and oxygen. Yet the hammerhead exhibits minimal corrosion, maintaining astonishing integrity even after potentially countless millennia locked within solid stone. Could the hammer be the product of some unknown, forgotten civilization that predates human history as we currently understand it? If humans, or some other intelligent species, existed and created tools during prehistoric eras, tens or even hundreds of millions of years ago, this would rewrite everything science currently accepts about evolution, archaeology, and the timeline of our species. Yet despite extensive exploration and scientific research, there's simply no credible evidence to support the existence of such advanced ancient civilizations. It leaves us trapped in a paradox, questioning the authenticity and provenance of this singularly strange artifact. Adding to the enigma, the hammer's exact location of discovery and geological context have become shrouded in uncertainty over time, leading skeptics and believers alike to debate fiercely about the artifact's credibility. Some suggest the hammer might be an elaborate hoax, deliberately planted by pranksters or opportunists eager for fame or financial gain. Skeptical researchers point to the lack of clear, documented scientific excavation at the site, casting doubt on whether the hammer was genuinely embedded in ancient rock formations or merely superficially cemented into younger minerals through natural concretion or even artificial manipulation. On the other hand, proponents of unconventional theories point confidently to the hammer's anomalous features, highlighting the scientific data that strongly suggests the iron alloy itself is far more unusual than mere forgery would explain. To them, this isn't just some bizarre accident or hoax, it's proof of something far stranger, far more profound, perhaps a misplaced object, evidence of out-of-place artifacts often referred to by researchers as OU parts, which stand for out-of-place artifacts. These are objects that inexplicably appear in geological or archaeological contexts that seem completely incompatible with established historical timelines. Among these theorists are those who propose that the London hammer is a genuine artifact left behind by a civilization lost to history, advanced enough to craft modern metallurgy techniques, yet ancient enough to have disappeared completely from human memory. Could humanity have reached technological peaks far earlier than anyone thought possible, only to vanish mysteriously, leaving scant traces of their existence buried within the Earth itself? But the most radical theory of all, inevitably popular among ancient astronaut theorists and fringe researchers, is that the London hammer isn't human-made at all, or at least not from our own time or even our own world. Could this inexplicable tool represent evidence of time travel, interdimensional visitors, or extraterrestrial intervention? Admittedly, it sounds far-fetched, the stuff of pulp fiction rather than serious scientific discourse. But in a mystery this perplexing, even the most outlandish theories begin to demand consideration, if only because conventional explanations fall hopelessly short. Ultimately, the London hammer remains suspended in a kind of archaeological limbo. Mainstream science remains largely dismissive, citing the uncertainties and gaps in provenance as reasons enough to doubt its authenticity. Without clearer documentation, detailed scientific excavation records, or unequivocal dating proof, it's tempting to write off the entire mystery as merely a curious footnote, nothing more than an oddity of geology and history. Yet, for those willing to look deeper, to push past skepticism and consider uncomfortable possibilities, the artifact stands as a potent symbol of how little we truly know about the ancient past. Today, the hammer remains on display, privately owned and periodically exhibited, still embedded stubbornly within its chunk of rock, challenging visitors with its silent testimony. It defies explanation, refuses easy categorization, and serves as a constant reminder that our understanding of history is fragile, incomplete, and perhaps even profoundly mistaken. We may never uncover the full truth of the London hammer, whether hoax, anomaly, or genuine out-of-place artifact. But its existence forces us to pause, reflect, and entertain the uncomfortable reality that perhaps humanity's story is far older, far stranger, and infinitely more complex than we've been taught to believe. In the end, the London hammer leaves us staring into the depths of a puzzle we cannot yet solve, daring us to imagine just how little we might actually know. Its iron head remains firmly gripped by stone, locked in geological embrace, waiting patiently for answers that may never come, and reminding us that sometimes the most fascinating mysteries are the ones we can't fully explain. In the lush, sprawling countryside of Zhejiang Province, China, not far from the tranquil waters of the Ku River, lies a remarkable site whose very existence defies easy explanation. Known as the Longyu Caves, this immense complex of meticulously carved underground chambers remained hidden beneath the landscape for thousands of years, undiscovered until farmers stumbled upon them by sheer accident. Yet even after decades of investigation, archaeologists and historians still grapple with basic questions. Who created them? How were they carved with such precision? And most importantly, why? The story of the Longyu Caves began quietly enough in June of 1992. Local villagers from the small town of Xi'an near Longyu County had long known of a deep, water-filled pool in their area. It was just one among many such ponds scattered across the region, all assumed to be natural formations. But something about this particular pool intrigued the villagers. Perhaps it was local legends whispering of hidden treasures or underground temples. Driven by curiosity, several villagers decided to pool their resources and pump out the water, draining the pond to see if anything lay hidden beneath its murky surface. What emerged stunned everyone. Beneath the calm waters lay an expansive, clearly man-made cavern, its walls carved with astonishing precision, smooth surfaces decorated by carefully etched parallel lines. Almost immediately, more villagers began draining nearby ponds, uncovering additional caves identical in style and execution. Soon, archaeologists were summoned, and what they uncovered was breathtaking. Beneath these unassuming pools lay a massive, interconnected network of underground chambers stretching far beneath the surface, a subterranean complex of remarkable engineering, intricacy, and craftsmanship. In total, 24 separate caves were discovered across an area covering approximately 30,000 square meters. Each cavern was remarkably spacious, some chambers stretching up to 11,000 square feet, with ceilings reaching nearly 100 feet high. The caves weren't simple tunnels or natural formations modified by human hands. They were deliberate, precise, and meticulously planned. Walls, ceilings, and pillars displayed perfectly symmetrical shapes and uniform dimensions. The smooth surfaces bore striking, evenly spaced chisel marks, demonstrating extraordinary skill, care, and attention to detail. Yet despite the clear evidence of advanced planning and craftsmanship, researchers faced an immediate mystery. Absolutely no historical record mentions the Longyu Caves. No surviving documents from China's long, meticulously recorded history describe their creation or existence. How could such an enormous construction project have occurred without being documented in historical texts? To uncover more, archaeologists began carefully examining every detail of the caverns, searching for artifacts, inscriptions, or even tiny clues left behind by those who carved them. Strangely, their efforts uncovered almost nothing. No tools, no human remains, no written inscriptions, and virtually no artifacts of any kind. This baffling lack of archaeological context raised yet another perplexing question. Why would a culture devote incredible resources, time, and effort to carving these elaborate underground chambers, yet leave no indication of their purpose or even their creator's identity? As experts studied the caves more closely, additional mysteries appeared. The design itself was extraordinary. Every cavern featured uniform stylistic elements, carefully carved parallel grooves, precisely angled walls, symmetrical pillars, stairs, platforms, and deep niches set into walls. The sheer uniformity suggested a highly organized and centrally planned construction project rather than individual or casual excavation. To achieve such precision required not only careful engineering, but extensive knowledge of geology, mathematics, and measurement. Skills historians previously did not associate with local ancient peoples. The scope of the construction effort alone was staggering. Experts estimated that roughly 1 million cubic meters of rock had been carefully excavated to create these chambers, an enormous undertaking. Considering the complexity, size, and perfection of the carving, archaeologists estimated that hundreds or even thousands of workers might have laboured for decades, using basic tools such as chisels, hammers, and buckets to create these chambers. Yet no historical text, legend, or folklore from the region describes such a massive endeavour. Faced with these puzzles, scholars turned toward dating techniques to estimate when these caves were carved. Carbon dating was impossible, as no organic materials remained within the caves to provide reliable dates. However, analysis of tool marks and stylistic comparisons suggested the caves likely originated around the Qin or Han dynasty periods, approximately between 200 BC and 200 AD, yet even this estimation was speculative, leaving archaeologists cautious about assigning any precise timeline. With traditional archaeological methods providing few definitive answers, researchers shifted toward theories about the cave's possible purpose. One popular hypothesis suggested the chambers were ancient quarries, sources of stone used in constructing nearby temples, palaces, or even tombs. But careful geological examination quickly undermined this idea. The stone removed from these caves never appeared in local structures, nor did the carving patterns match those typical of quarry operations. Moreover, the sheer precision, symmetry, and decorative carving of the chambers seemed too deliberate for simple stone extraction. Another theory proposed the caves served religious or ceremonial purposes, perhaps hidden temples or places of worship deliberately concealed underground. The caves' carefully carved niches, platforms, and stairs certainly suggested ceremonial functions. However, the total absence of religious artifacts, statues, altars, or even inscriptions indicating spiritual intent raised serious questions. If these chambers were indeed sacred, why was nothing left behind to hint at rituals or belief systems practiced within them? Some researchers speculated the caves were built as storage chambers or underground shelters, perhaps to protect valuable goods or even entire communities from wars, natural disasters, or invasion. This idea initially seemed plausible, especially given ancient China's frequent political upheavals and invasions. However, several major flaws quickly became apparent. The cave's elaborate decorative elements and precise carving suggested they were intended to be impressive and aesthetically pleasing, not simply practical shelters or warehouses. Moreover, the caves lacked features common to ancient storage chambers, such as grain residues or storage containers. Other theories were even more speculative, suggesting the Longyou caves could have been part of elaborate water management or flood control projects. Given their proximity to rivers and water sources, the idea had merit. But here too, evidence was limited. The caves showed no signs of channels, drainage features, or engineering systems typically associated with water management. The interiors, though damp from groundwater, lacked any deliberate connections to rivers or streams. In the face of unanswered questions, archaeologists continued meticulous research, hoping to uncover subtle clues missed in earlier examinations. Ground-penetrating radar and advanced geological analyses revealed the astonishing precision of the cave's design, suggesting remarkable understanding of structural engineering. Recent efforts have focused increasingly on local oral traditions, hoping that folktales, legends, or family histories might preserve forgotten memories of the cave's creators. Yet even among local communities, memories had faded entirely, replaced by awe, superstition, and uncertainty about their origins. For centuries, the caves had remained hidden, quietly submerged beneath tranquil ponds, their existence erased from memory until accidental rediscovery. Today, the Longyu Caves attract growing attention as archaeologists continue efforts to unravel their secrets. Researchers cautiously preserve each chamber, guarding against damage while hoping future discoveries might finally explain their purpose, creators, and the incredible effort invested in their construction. Despite decades of careful study, the caves stubbornly guard their mysteries, revealing more questions than answers. As archaeological technology improves, perhaps future excavations will uncover artifacts or texts hidden deeper beneath the surface, finally revealing the story of these incredible subterranean chambers. Stretching across a barren, windswept desert plateau in southern Peru lies one of archaeology's most intriguing and baffling puzzles known to the modern world. On this desolate expanse where rainfall rarely visits and life clings only to the fringes of existence, enormous drawings etched into the surface of the earth sprawl silently across the sands, visible fully only from high above the ground. These are the Nazca Lines, ancient geoglyphs carved into the harsh landscape, their shapes and symbols preserved for thousands of years beneath a baking sun, their meaning and origin a tantalizing mystery that modern science still struggles to fully explain. To truly grasp the scale and mystery of these remarkable creations, we have to go back nearly 2 millennia, between approximately 500 BCE and 500 CE, when the ancient Nazca civilization flourished in what is now southern Peru. Long before airplanes took flight or satellites orbited the Earth, these mysterious people created massive, intricate designs so vast and precise they could only be fully recognized from high above. From the ground, these lines appear as shallow trenches carved into reddish-brown soil, each about 6 inches deep, their paths cleared of dark surface rocks to reveal the lighter-coloured soil beneath. But from the air, the astonishing nature of these lines truly emerges, unfolding as precise geometric shapes, sweeping straight lines, intricate spirals, and stunningly realistic depictions of animals, plants, and even human-like figures. There are over 1,000 of these geoglyphs scattered across the Nazca Desert, covering an area of approximately 450 square kilometers. Some figures stretch hundreds of feet long, drawn in a single continuous stroke that defies understanding, given that their creators had no aerial perspective to guide their handiwork. Among the most iconic are images of spiders, hummingbirds, monkeys, whales, and humanoid beings with peculiar, elongated proportions. Each figure is perfectly proportioned and expertly crafted, indicating a sophisticated level of planning, measurement, and execution that has left researchers scratching their heads for decades. Yet the civilization responsible left behind no clear written record explaining why these massive artworks were created or what purpose they served. So, the questions inevitably follow. How did the Nazca people create these immense images with such perfect accuracy, and what inspired them to undertake such monumental tasks? To begin understanding their mystery, archaeologists have looked carefully at the culture of the Nazca civilization itself. The Nazca were skilled artisans, accomplished astronomers, and advanced agriculturalists who understood the patterns of the stars, the movement of celestial bodies, and the cycles of the natural world around them. Could these lines have served some practical or spiritual purpose related to these interests? Early researchers speculated the lines might represent astronomical charts or calendars. Alignments of certain lines appear to correspond with important celestial events, like solstices, equinoxes, or specific star alignments. But more detailed studies have shown that while some lines do align with astronomical events, many others seem completely random, with no clear connection to known celestial patterns. If not astronomical markers, then perhaps the lines served a ceremonial purpose. Paths carved into the desert for religious processions or ritualistic gatherings. Yet this theory, too, struggles to fully explain the intricate, enormous animal and plant figures that could only be fully appreciated from above. In recent decades, a more compelling theory has emerged, proposing that the Nazca lines were part of a sophisticated system designed to communicate with the gods, deities the Nazca believed watched over them from the heavens above. According to this theory, the Nazca people created these immense images specifically for an audience high in the sky, where gods or spiritual beings resided, gazing down upon the earth. By carving these monumental figures into the desert, they may have hoped to secure divine favor, ensuring rain, fertility, successful harvests, and protection from the harsh desert environment in which they lived. But even this explanation leaves crucial questions unanswered. Why choose such specific animals, many of which were not even native to the Nazca region itself, like monkeys and whales? Why did the Nazca artists select these particular forms, investing enormous energy into representations of animals that live far away, some even hundreds of miles distant from their homeland? Perhaps, researchers speculate, these creatures held symbolic meaning, representing strength, fertility, or spiritual concepts important to Nazca culture. Yet no definitive evidence has emerged that fully solves this puzzle. Inevitably, given the grand scale, precision, and enigmatic nature of these lines, more speculative theories have emerged as well. Among the most controversial is the ancient astronaut hypothesis, suggesting that extraterrestrial visitors influenced or even guided the creation of the Nazca lines. Proponents argue that the Nazca could only have executed such large-scale designs with guidance from beings capable of viewing these formations from high altitudes long before human flight existed. They suggest the desert plateau served as a landing site or communication hub for advanced extraterrestrial visitors. While mainstream scientists firmly reject this idea, the enduring complexity and precision of the Nazca lines have ensured such theories persist, capturing the imagination of many who question whether our history might contain forgotten chapters we do not yet fully comprehend. Today, archaeologists continue to study and explore the Nazca region, hoping modern technology might finally unlock secrets hidden within the ancient desert. Satellite imagery, drones, and ground-penetrating radar have all contributed to new discoveries, revealing previously unseen lines and offering clues about the methods the Nazca civilization may have used to construct these geoglyphs. Recent excavations have shown wooden stakes planted at intervals along the lines, perhaps markers placed to guide the creation of these giant artworks. Still, the level of accuracy and coordination required remains astonishing, as the Nazca artisans somehow translated small-scale plans into enormous designs that spanned vast distances without the vantage point modern aircraft or satellites provide. Yet despite these advances, the true purpose and complete meaning of the Nazca lines continue to elude researchers, remaining shrouded in mystery. Protected today as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, the lines attract visitors, archaeologists, and researchers from around the globe, drawn by their undeniable magnetism and enduring fascination. Viewed from the sky, the immense and perfectly preserved figures continue to provoke awe, wonder, and intense debate, each new theory adding another layer of intrigue, pushing us closer to understanding, yet leaving the ultimate answer tantalizingly out of reach. Ultimately, The Nazca lines remind us of the profound mystery at the heart of our own human past. They offer undeniable proof of the incredible skill, intelligence, and creativity of an ancient civilization that thrived in harsh conditions and yet was compelled to create something truly extraordinary, leaving behind silent testimonies etched into the landscape, destined to puzzle and intrigue future generations. Perhaps one day we will unlock their full meaning, finally understanding exactly why the Nazca felt the need to communicate with the sky itself, carving enduring messages into the earth that have lasted through centuries of wind, sun, and shifting sands. Until that moment arrives, the Nazca lines remain precisely what they have always been, a powerful reminder that human history holds deep mysteries still unsolved, secrets hidden in plain sight, etched into the earth, patiently waiting to be fully understood. In the humid lowlands along the Gulf Coast of Mexico, hidden among dense jungles, mangrove swamps, and winding rivers, lie colossal sculptures that quietly challenge the way archaeologists think about the origins of civilization in the Americas. These stone heads, each weighing many tons, depict powerful figures with distinctive features: thick lips, broad noses, rounded cheeks, wearing helmets or headdresses that evoke images of kings, warriors, or even gods. Known as the Olmec colossal heads, these massive sculptures represent one of archaeology's most intriguing puzzles, artifacts so remarkable that their discovery transformed our understanding of ancient Mesoamerican culture. Yet, despite their significance, fundamental questions persist. Who exactly did these colossal portraits represent? How were they created? And why were they deliberately buried and abandoned in the heart of the tropical wilderness? The Olmec civilization, often called the mother culture of ancient Mesoamerica, flourished from around 1400 to 400 BCE in what is today southern Veracruz and Tabasco states in Mexico. Before the Maya built their sprawling cities, before the Aztecs established their empire, the Olmec rose to prominence, laying foundations for future civilizations across Central America. They are credited with pioneering a variety of cultural innovations, complex rituals, astronomical knowledge, elaborate artwork, sophisticated trade networks, and ceremonial bull games. But among their greatest and most puzzling achievements are these monumental stone heads, which vividly illustrate their artistic genius and engineering capabilities, yet remain cloaked in mystery. The first colossal head was uncovered in 1862 near Tres Zapotes, Veracruz. Initially, its discovery caused only mild curiosity, as no one yet understood its cultural significance. It wasn't until decades later, in the 1930s and 1940s, that systematic excavations led by archaeologists such as Matthew Stirling revealed more heads buried beneath layers of earth, hidden among ancient ceremonial centers deep in the Olmec heartland. Since then, 17 colossal heads have been unearthed across 4 major Olmec sites: San Lorenzo, La Venta, Tres Zapotes, and Rancho La Cobata, each one astonishingly large, meticulously carved and carefully positioned. Most of these heads stand between 5 and 11 feet tall, carved from single basalt boulders, weighing anywhere from 6 to 50 tons. Yet, perhaps most remarkable is the tremendous effort involved in creating these heads. Archaeologists trace the basalt used in their construction back to volcanic quarries located many miles away, particularly near the Tuxtla Mountains. The logistics of transporting huge stone blocks weighing multiple tons across rugged, swampy terrain without modern technology seems staggering. How did the Olmec move these immense stones through dense jungles, over rivers and wetlands, into their ceremonial centres? Theories range from rolling the boulders on massive logs, floating them down rivers on rafts, or dragging them with ropes pulled by hundreds of workers, but no definitive archaeological evidence provides certainty. Whatever the method, the task would have required extraordinary organisation, extensive labour forces, and the ability to marshal considerable resources and time, all hallmarks of a highly sophisticated society. But perhaps even more compelling than the head's sheer physical size and transport difficulties is the enigmatic question of identity. Who do these heads represent? At first glance, they appear distinctly portrait-like, each face individualized with unique expressions, subtle variations in facial features, and intricate details in their helmets or headdresses. The facial expressions range from solemn and stern to intense and commanding, suggesting these were not generic representations but portraits of specific, powerful individuals. Scholars widely agree these figures likely depict rulers, warriors, or high-ranking elite, individuals of immense prestige or importance within Olmec society. Yet, intriguingly, none of these colossal heads bear inscriptions or symbols clearly identifying their subjects by name, unlike later Mesoamerican cultures, such as the Maya, who clearly inscribed the names and achievements of rulers on their monuments. The Olmec left no written records associated directly with these giant sculptures. Without written texts, researchers are left relying on visual clues from the sculptures themselves. Some archaeologists believe the distinctive helmets worn by the heads indicate ball game gear, suggesting these figures might represent athletes or rulers celebrated for their prowess in the ceremonial ball game. Others argue the helmets signify warrior status or divine kingship, indicating these heads served as powerful symbols of political or religious authority. Still, these interpretations remain speculative, leaving the question of identity tantalizingly unanswered. Beyond identity, another intriguing aspect is the careful placement and subsequent burial of the heads. Archaeologists have observed that many colossal heads were intentionally aligned along ceremonial pathways or placed prominently at ritual centers, suggesting their significant spiritual or symbolic meaning. Yet strangely, many heads appear to have been deliberately damaged, defaced and buried, sometimes upside down or sideways, before the Olmec abandoned their cities. Why would a civilization expend such enormous effort to create monumental representations of revered individuals, only to destroy or bury them shortly thereafter? One theory suggests this purposeful defacement and burial may have occurred during periods of political upheaval or dynastic change. When a ruler died or was overthrown, his portrait might have been ritually defaced, symbolically removing his spiritual authority from public view. Burial may have represented a formal end to his reign, allowing the next ruler to assert dominance. Alternatively, the head's burial might have been part of ritual practice connected to religious beliefs or cosmological cycles, with intentional destruction serving a symbolic purpose, perhaps to release or neutralize the power embedded within these colossal portraits. Still, mysteries surrounding these heads extend even deeper. Early speculation included controversial theories suggesting influences from outside cultures. Some researchers in the mid-20th century, noticing the statue's broad features and pronounced lips, suggested African or Pacific Islander influence, theorizing possible trans-oceanic contacts. But mainstream archaeologists today largely reject these notions, emphasizing the heads reflect physical traits consistent with indigenous populations of Mesoamerica. Nevertheless, The question remains how Olmec artisans, equipped only with stone tools, achieved such realism and sophisticated sculptural artistry. The craftsmanship required to carve basalt, an exceptionally hard volcanic rock, with meticulous precision and lifelike realism, surpasses what archaeologists previously believed possible at such an early period. Despite extensive archaeological study and advances in technology, including radiocarbon dating, chemical analysis, and geological surveys, many questions surrounding the colossal heads remain unanswered. For example, did each head represent a single ruler, or perhaps different stages in a ruler's life? Were these sculptures originally painted or decorated? Could there be more colossal heads still hidden beneath dense vegetation awaiting discovery? With much of the Olmec region still underexplored, archaeologists believe undiscovered artifacts could one day shed more light on this complex civilization and their remarkable creations. Beyond their archaeological significance, the colossal heads hold profound symbolic value in modern Mexico, representing pride in indigenous history and culture. Images of these powerful stone figures appear widely in contemporary art, currency, and public monuments, reflecting their lasting impact and resonance across millennia. Despite, or perhaps because of, the unanswered questions surrounding their creation, meaning, and ultimate fate, the Olmec heads remain powerful symbols that continue to captivate imagination and scholarly curiosity alike. Ultimately, the Olmec colossal heads embody the essence of historical mystery. They are impressive enough to astonish modern viewers, enigmatic enough to puzzle even the most diligent researchers, and culturally significant enough to inspire deep reflection on humanity's shared past. Standing silently among jungle ruins, half buried and partially forgotten, these monumental stone portraits bear witness to a civilization whose full story remains incomplete. As long as archaeologists and explorers continue searching for answers, these colossal heads will continue drawing us into the dense jungles of southern Mexico, quietly urging us to uncover secrets buried long ago beneath tropical soil, reminding us that even our most careful histories remain incomplete. In a dimly lit chapel in the Cathedral of St. John the Baptist in the northern Italian city of Turin rests a relic unlike any other, a long, fragile linen cloth bearing the faint but unmistakable image of a man. This artifact is known as the Shroud of Turin, and it is perhaps the most studied, debated, and controversial religious relic in human history. At first glance, the shroud may seem unimpressive, simply an ancient textile marked by stains and shadowy forms. But look closer, and the subtle ghostly image imprinted upon its fibres becomes impossible to ignore. The striking likeness of a bearded man with wounds consistent with crucifixion, appearing to depict, according to many faithful, none other than Jesus Christ himself. The shroud measures approximately 14 feet in length and 3.5 feet wide, woven from flax in a distinctive herringbone pattern common to the ancient world. Its remarkable image shows the faint, ghostly outline of a man's front and back, precisely aligned as if the cloth had been wrapped carefully around a human body. The image is extraordinarily detailed, revealing striking anatomical accuracy. The outline of bones, muscle tissue, bloodstains, and marks that appear consistent with the injuries sustained during a violent crucifixion. Yet, despite decades of scientific scrutiny, no definitive explanation exists for how this image came to be imprinted so intricately, so subtly upon the linen cloth. Historically, the shroud first appears clearly documented in the 14th century, surfacing in medieval Europe amid religious fervour and widespread devotion to sacred relics. But its origins remain mysterious, with many researchers arguing passionately that the cloth itself is far older, possibly dating back to the time of Christ in the 1st century CE. For centuries, believers have venerated the shroud as genuine proof of the resurrection of Jesus, claiming the image was formed by divine energy released at the precise moment Christ was resurrected from death. Skeptics, on the other hand, dismiss it as an elaborate medieval forgery, crafted either to deceive the faithful or to symbolize the passion of Jesus Christ. To understand the complexities of the Shroud of Turin, researchers have undertaken numerous scientific examinations with remarkable and often contradictory results. Perhaps the most famous of these investigations took place in 1978, when the Shroud of Turin research project, commonly known as STURP, brought together a team of international scientists and experts from multiple disciplines. For 5 days, these researchers subjected the shroud to intensive scrutiny using state-of-the-art technology, including infrared photography, ultraviolet fluorescence, and microscopic analysis of fibers and stains. Their goal was ambitious: to determine conclusively how the shroud's mysterious image had formed, and to settle once and for all the debate about the relic's authenticity. Yet, instead of delivering clarity, the results of STURP's exhaustive study deepened the mystery further. The team concluded decisively that the shroud's image is not the work of any known medieval painting or artistic technique. They found no traces of paint, dye, pigments, or brushstrokes, eliminating the possibility that it was simply a medieval painting or artistic forgery. The bloodstains on the shroud were identified as authentic human blood, consistent in chemical composition and patterns with the real wounds from a crucifixion victim. These discoveries stunned skeptics and gave believers hope that the artifact might indeed be genuine. One of the most perplexing findings of the STURP study, however, concerned the physical characteristics of the image itself. Researchers noted that the mysterious image exists only on the outermost fibers of the linen threads, penetrating to an almost impossibly shallow depth. The coloration on each fiber is uniformly pale and does not fade or darken beneath the surface layers. Modern scientists have tried repeatedly to replicate the formation of such a subtle and shallow image, using techniques available either to medieval forgers or even to modern scientists. Yet, so far, no experiment has successfully recreated the precise features of the shroud's enigmatic imprint. In 1988, the shroud underwent perhaps its most controversial test: radiocarbon dating. 3 independent laboratories in Oxford, Zurich, and Tucson analysed small samples cut carefully from the cloth's edges, concluding that the linen itself dated between 1260 and 1390 AD, placing its creation firmly within the medieval period. This finding seemed decisive proof for skeptics who believed the shroud was a medieval forgery. However, controversy soon followed, as researchers began to argue that the samples chosen for testing might have come from portions of the cloth repaired or patched in the medieval era, thus distorting the dating results. Proponents of authenticity pointed to historical accounts describing careful mending and patchwork of the cloth over centuries, raising serious doubts about whether the tests accurately reflected the shroud's true age. Adding to the mystery is the shroud's anatomical accuracy. Forensic pathologists who examined the image identified dozens of precise wounds consistent with historical Roman crucifixion methods. These include puncture marks around the scalp consistent with a crown of thorns, scourging wounds resembling those inflicted by Roman whips, and nail marks through the wrists and feet in anatomically correct positions. Historically, Most medieval artwork depicted crucifixion inaccurately, placing nails through the palms rather than the wrists. How could a medieval forger have known accurate anatomical details unknown to medieval artists? Moreover, the placement of bloodstains and bodily fluids on the cloth aligns precisely with what modern medical experts describe as consistent with a genuine crucifixion victim. Further complicating the story is the presence of botanical and microscopic evidence embedded within the cloth's fibres. In recent decades, researchers studying microscopic pollen grains trapped within the shroud identified plant species native exclusively to Jerusalem and the Middle East region, as well as certain pollens unique to regions in Turkey and ancient Judea. These findings imply the shroud's physical presence in the Middle East long before the medieval period, challenging the radiocarbon dating and reigniting debate over its true origins. Critics have argued against these findings, suggesting contamination or misinterpretation, yet no conclusive dismissal of the botanical evidence has fully satisfied either side of the debate. Another perplexing element is the photographic negative nature of the shroud's image. In 1898, photographer Secondo Pia captured the first photograph of the cloth and discovered that the faint image on the linen appears far clearer and more realistic as a photographic negative. This discovery astonished scientists, as photographic negative imaging technology was unknown and impossible during medieval times. Supporters argue this phenomenon further suggests that the image's origin might be supernatural, or at least inexplicable by known historical methods. Modern technological advances have continually allowed deeper analyses of the shroud, yet none have conclusively resolved the mystery. Recent studies utilizing digital imaging, three-dimensional modeling, and advanced spectroscopic techniques have revealed even more subtle details hidden within the image, further raising questions about how such sophisticated imagery could have emerged through natural processes or medieval methods. Despite rigorous testing and decades of investigation, the shroud still defies explanation. Today, the Shroud of Turin remains an object of profound faith and fascination for millions of believers worldwide. Each year, pilgrims travel great distances simply to glimpse the relic, convinced of its authenticity and sacred significance. Conversely, skeptics persist in viewing the shroud as an ingenious medieval forgery, albeit one created through methods that remain bafflingly unknown. Ultimately, the Shroud of Turin occupies a unique space within human history, faith, and science. It embodies the enduring tension between spiritual belief and empirical inquiry, challenging us to consider the boundaries between miraculous claims and scientific reality. Perhaps, in the end, the shroud's greatest significance is not its origin or authenticity, but rather its enduring power to captivate human curiosity, belief, and imagination, urging us to confront again and again questions about faith, evidence, and the limits of our understanding. Just off the southernmost tip of Japan's Ryukyu Islands, beneath the clear blue waters of the East China Sea, lies a striking geological formation known as the Yonaguni Monument. Discovered accidentally in 1986 by a local diver searching for good locations to observe hammerhead sharks, this underwater structure immediately sparked controversy, debate, and a flood of competing theories that persist today. It's not just its size or unusual appearance that catches attention. It's the haunting possibility that these submerged stones might represent something profoundly important, remnants of a forgotten ancient civilization swallowed by rising seas thousands of years ago. Situated roughly 60 miles east of Taiwan, near Yonaguni Island, This underwater anomaly stretches over 150 meters long, about 40 meters wide, and rises approximately 27 meters high from the seabed. At depths ranging between 5 and 30 meters beneath the surface, the structure stands imposingly, seemingly carved from solid sandstone bedrock. When first examined closely by divers, what struck observers immediately was the uncanny resemblance to ancient human architecture. Straight edges, sharp angles, perfectly symmetrical terraces, broad steps, and neatly carved platforms. To many, it appeared unmistakably like an artificial monument, deliberately shaped and carefully positioned rather than naturally formed. Almost instantly, the Yonaguni monument became a hotly contested archaeological enigma. Was this a man-made structure, an underwater pyramid, temple, or ceremonial site deliberately constructed thousands of years ago, when sea levels were significantly lower? Or was it merely a striking natural formation shaped by erosion, tectonic shifts, and ocean currents into a pattern deceptively resembling human craftsmanship? The answer to this simple question would rewrite our understanding of ancient history. Yet decades later, archaeologists, geologists, and historians still fiercely debate its origins. To fully understand the mystery, we first need to visualize exactly what makes the Yonaguni monument so puzzling. The monument comprises numerous distinct geometric features, each appearing deliberately constructed. There are wide, flat terraces, some over 10 meters wide, descending in precise, uniform steps, clearly reminiscent of ceremonial staircases seen in ancient cultures around the world. Vertical walls plunge straight downward, meeting neatly squared horizontal platforms. Several structures resemble passageways or corridors, neatly cut into the rock, seemingly leading toward inner chambers. There's even what some observers describe as carved faces or human-like sculptures embedded within the stone itself. One particularly striking feature, often called the turtle, appears as a carefully shaped stone resembling an enormous carved turtle or reptilian figure, complete with a clearly defined head and body shape. Nearby, other seemingly sculpted stones evoke animal figures, suggesting symbolic carvings or deliberate artistic intent. To proponents of the artificial origin theory, these features are compelling evidence of deliberate human craftsmanship, rather than natural geological processes. Yet not everyone is convinced. Mainstream geologists and skeptics firmly argue that the Yonaguni monument's appearance results entirely from natural geological forces. They highlight that the region surrounding Yonaguni Island is prone to intense tectonic activity, earthquakes, and powerful ocean currents. Over millennia, these forces could easily erode sandstone bedrock, creating sharply angled terraces, steps, and corridors purely through natural geological processes. Indeed, similar formations, though perhaps less dramatically geometric, exist elsewhere, caused by naturally fractured bedrock slowly carved by currents, tides, and tectonic movement. According to skeptics, what looks artificial might merely be nature's uncanny ability to produce strikingly regular shapes under the right conditions. However, advocates of human origins point out numerous inconsistencies with purely natural explanations. The monument's sharp angles and right-angled corners, perfectly symmetrical platforms, and uniform staircase-like structures are, they argue, simply too precise to result entirely from erosion or geological forces alone. While nature certainly produces spectacular geological formations, the consistent, intentional-seeming symmetry observed here seems unusually deliberate, far more similar to known archaeological sites constructed by ancient humans. But if the Yonaguni monument is genuinely artificial, who built it, and when? To answer this, researchers look to geology, particularly sea level data. Approximately 10,000 to 12,000 years ago, during the last ice age, global sea levels were substantially lower by roughly 30 meters, placing the site above sea level and accessible to ancient humans. If deliberately constructed, this would date the monument's creation back at least 10,000 years, making it one of humanity's earliest known monumental structures, predating Stonehenge or even the Great Pyramid of Giza by thousands of years. Yet, such a date raises enormous questions about human history. Conventional archaeology argues that humans at this period were primarily hunter-gatherers, lacking organized societies capable of monumental stone construction. Could the Yonaguni monument imply a forgotten civilization, perhaps one connected to the ancestors of Japan's indigenous peoples, or even an unknown maritime culture whose history vanished with rising sea levels? Proponents of artificial origins, led notably by Japanese marine geologist Masaaki Kimura from the University of the Ryukyus, passionately argue for exactly this scenario. Kimura, who has conducted extensive dives and research on the monument since its discovery, believes strongly in its artificial origin. He has meticulously documented what he claims are carved steps, platforms, canals, sculptures, and even a possible pyramid structure within the monument itself. Kimura has theorized that the Yonaguni monument might be part of an entire submerged city complex, possibly even connected to ancient Japanese mythologies describing lost underwater kingdoms. Yet critics remain skeptical of Kimura's interpretations, noting that he might simply be seeing patterns or structures where none actually exist, a phenomenon known as pareidolia, the human tendency to see meaningful shapes in random patterns. While the monument certainly appears artificial in photographs or carefully selected video footage, careful geological surveys have yet to definitively identify indisputable signs of human tool marks, carvings, or structures beyond natural geological explanations. Some scholars have attempted compromised positions, suggesting perhaps humans partially modified natural formations thousands of years ago, creating a hybrid site combining naturally occurring rock formations with deliberate shaping or carving. Such interpretations offer a middle ground between purely natural geological explanations and theories proposing advanced, lost ancient civilizations. Yet even these hybrid explanations lack conclusive physical evidence or archaeological artifacts directly linking humans to construction or modification. Moreover, the Yonaguni monument sits isolated. No nearby underwater structures or clear archaeological artifacts directly associated with the monument have been found, complicating efforts to confirm its human origin conclusively. For a genuinely ancient submerged city or ceremonial complex, archaeologists would expect clear archaeological context, such as pottery fragments, tools, building foundations, or other human artifacts. Yet, despite years of underwater surveys and exploration, no definitive archaeological remains have emerged near the monument itself. Still, fascination with Yonaguni persists precisely because it remains stubbornly unresolved. Each new dive brings subtle clues, tantalizing hints, but nothing definitive enough to settle the debate. The site continues attracting divers, archaeologists, geologists, and curiosity seekers worldwide, each hoping their exploration might finally uncover definitive evidence revealing Yonaguni's true origins. Whether a natural wonder carved by ocean currents and geological forces, or a forgotten ancient monument built by a civilization lost to history, the Yonaguni monument symbolizes the persistent mysteries still hidden beneath our oceans. It reminds archaeologists and all of us that beneath the waves, much of humanity's early history might remain concealed, waiting quietly for future discovery. Until then, Yonaguni remains patiently submerged, an underwater enigma quietly challenging everything we believe about the timeline of human civilization, silently awaiting discovery of the truth hidden within its carved stones. In the sands of Egypt, beneath layers of ancient stone and time-worn monuments, lies the site of Saqqara, a sprawling necropolis known best for the step pyramid of Djoser, a marvel of ancient architecture that rose as one of humanity's first grand monuments. For thousands of years, Saqqara served as a burial ground for kings, priests, scribes, and craftsmen, sheltering countless tombs, chambers, and passageways filled with artifacts that provide priceless glimpses into a distant past. But hidden amidst these relics, among statues of gods, decorated pottery, and scrolls of papyrus, there is one small wooden artifact so curious and distinct that it has ignited intense debate among archaeologists, engineers, and historians alike. This artifact is known simply as the Saqqara bird. The Saqqara bird was discovered in 1898 by French archaeologists excavating an ancient tomb near the Pyramid of Djoser, dating back to approximately 200 BCE during Egypt's late period. Carefully hidden beneath centuries of sand, in a chamber belonging to an unknown nobleman or artisan, archaeologists found a small, delicately carved wooden figurine. At first glance, it seemed like a child's toy, or perhaps a simple decorative object, just another artifact among thousands. However, upon closer inspection, experts quickly realized that this figurine wasn't merely decorative. It exhibited peculiar characteristics that hinted at something much more intriguing. The artifact is roughly 7 inches long, carved meticulously from sycamore wood, and bears the distinct shape of a bird. It's lightweight yet solid, smoothed and shaped with precision. But this is not just any bird carving. The Saqqara bird has a sleek, aerodynamic form that immediately captures attention, particularly from those who have studied flight and aerodynamics. Its wings are symmetrical, thin, and gracefully extended outward from its body, carved in an aerodynamic shape strikingly reminiscent of modern aircraft wings. Even more compelling is the distinctive shape of the bird's tail, which doesn't resemble the tail of any known bird species from ancient Egypt. Instead, it closely mirrors the vertical stabilizer and tail fins used on modern airplanes, carefully shaped to maintain stability during flight. The artifact's features are remarkably precise for something created over 2,000 years ago, a time long before humanity was believed capable of understanding the principles of flight. Conventional wisdom maintains that the first successful powered flight didn't occur until the Wright brothers took to the skies in 1903, but the Saqqara bird challenges this notion with its astonishingly aerodynamic design. While it is unlikely the Egyptians built functional aircraft, the precision of the bird's shape is nonetheless surprising enough to have prompted extensive debate. Was it merely symbolic art inspired by observations of birds in flight, or could it indicate some deeper understanding of aerodynamics lost to history? Soon after the Saqqara bird's discovery, Egyptologists initially dismissed it as nothing more than a symbolic religious artifact, perhaps representing a falcon, a sacred bird closely associated with Horus, the sky god of ancient Egypt. Falcon symbolism was common in Egypt, often symbolizing protection, power, and the ability to transcend earthly limitations. It would have been easy to accept the figurine as purely symbolic were it not for the careful attention to details that seem unnecessary if the artifact was simply intended as a religious symbol or a decorative ornament. The artist who carved this piece clearly possessed knowledge of proportions and forms that reflect flight dynamics far more accurately than the crude outlines typically seen in ancient bird sculptures. The intrigue surrounding the Saqqara bird deepened considerably when in 1969, Egyptian doctor and amateur archaeologist Khalil Messier studied the figurine closely and proposed a startling theory that this ancient wooden bird might have been a scaled-down model of a glider, potentially even capable of flight if built to larger proportions. Messier noticed features that other Egyptologists had overlooked. For instance, the bird's wings were crafted with a slight downward angle, very similar to modern aircraft designed for stable gliding flight. He became convinced the artifact's aerodynamic qualities were intentional, and that ancient Egyptians might have understood basic principles of flight, or at least aerodynamics, thousands of years before the modern aviation began. Determined to test this bold idea, Messier and a team of aviation experts built several exact replicas of the Saqqara bird at different scales. They constructed models made from balsa wood, carefully measuring and replicating every feature of the ancient artifact. Then they placed these models into a wind tunnel to study their aerodynamic properties. Remarkably, the tests showed the wooden bird to be surprisingly aerodynamic. When scaled up, it could glide through the air, staying stable and balanced even without a sophisticated control system. The replicas flew steadily in wind tunnel tests, maintaining altitude and stability, further supporting Messier's theory that the ancient Egyptians might have possessed knowledge or intuition of aerodynamic principles. These results were controversial and immediately challenged by mainstream Egyptologists. Scholars argued that the artifact was merely coincidentally aerodynamic, created by artisans observing birds in flight, attempting simply to imitate their graceful shapes. Critics suggested that, since no other similar artifacts had been found, the Saqqara bird was likely an isolated coincidence, rather than evidence of widespread aerodynamic understanding. Yet, despite the skepticism, the question remained: was it truly just coincidence, or did ancient Egyptians understand something deeper about flight than historians had previously acknowledged? A central puzzle of the Saqqara bird is the peculiar vertical tail fin, a unique feature unmatched by other known Egyptian bird figurines. This tail fin resembles closely the vertical stabilizers used on modern airplanes, critical for maintaining directional stability during flight. Actual birds do not have vertical stabilizers in this configuration, so why would an Egyptian artist include such a feature? Scholars who support the aerodynamic theory argue this proves intentional design, evidence that whoever carved the bird understood stability and directional control concepts far beyond the simplistic depiction of ordinary animals. However, skeptics point out the lack of corroborating archaeological evidence. No written text from ancient Egypt discuss flight technology, nor have historians found blueprints, tools, or artifacts clearly associated with the building or understanding of flight. If ancient Egyptians had grasped basic aerodynamic principles, surely more than one isolated artifact would have survived to offer clearer evidence. Yet Egypt's historical record is notoriously incomplete, with many artifacts and writings lost or destroyed. Could it be that more examples existed, but have simply not survived to reach us today? Supporters of Messiha's theory argue that other civilizations have demonstrated surprising insights into flight before documented aviation began. Historical evidence from China and the Americas reveals that ancient cultures often experimented with flight concepts, even designing rudimentary gliders or kites thousands of years before modern aviation. Given Egypt's sophisticated mathematical knowledge, their deep observation of nature, and their advanced engineering prowess, some scholars propose it's not implausible that Egyptians experimented similarly, even if only at a theoretical or symbolic level. Another intriguing aspect is the spiritual significance ancient Egyptians placed on flight and the heavens. Birds symbolized spiritual transcendence, ascension to the afterlife, and the connection between mortal realms and divine forces. Could the Saqqara bird have been a symbolic attempt to represent this transcendent journey literally? Perhaps the artisan crafted the figurine not simply as a decoration, but as a symbolic tool for the deceased, intended to help them soar into the afterlife, harnessing actual aerodynamic principles to represent the spirit's ascension. Today, the Saqqara bird remains carefully preserved at the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, quietly inviting speculation from visitors, archaeologists, and aviation enthusiasts alike. While mainstream scholarship remains cautious, the artifact's aerodynamic properties continue to intrigue researchers, fueling ongoing debates over its true purpose. Did this small wooden figurine reflect ancient knowledge long lost, or was it simply a fortunate accident created by a skilled craftsman inspired by nature? In the end, the Saqqara bird symbolizes the persistent mysteries of ancient civilizations, cultures that may have held deeper understandings of science and nature than our modern perspective comfortably allows. Its aerodynamic form challenges historians and scientists alike to question our assumptions about what ancient people knew, believed, and imagined possible. Whether a toy, a ritual object, or evidence of a lost understanding of flight, the Saqqara bird invites us to rethink the boundaries we place on history, and reminds us that sometimes our ancestors may have glimpsed possibilities we have yet to fully understand. The heart of Eastern Europe, amidst the rolling green hills and quiet farmland of modern-day Romania, there is a small, unassuming archaeological site known as Tartaria. At first glance, this humble location might seem ordinary, just another excavation among thousands, scattered across the vast landscapes of Europe. Yet in 1961, Tartaria became the epicenter of a controversy that would challenge our understanding of ancient history, language, and human civilization itself. That year, Romanian archaeologist Nicolae Vlasa carefully unearthed 3 small clay tablets, each no larger than the palm of his hand, gently hidden within layers of soil that had lain undisturbed for thousands of years. At first glance, these tablets seemed humble, almost insignificant, fragile pieces of baked clay etched with mysterious symbols that defied easy categorization. Vlasa had no way of knowing at the time that his discovery would ignite an intense debate among archaeologists, linguists, historians, and even anthropologists. Debates that have continued passionately, persistently, and unresolved for decades since. These artifacts, soon dubbed the Tartaria tablets, bear symbols that immediately caught the attention of scholars worldwide. The tablets are small, roughly circular or rectangular, baked from local clay, and bear an array of carefully incised symbols. Some markings are clearly pictographic, stylized representations of humans, animals, and everyday objects, while others appear abstract, geometric, or possibly symbolic. But what truly makes these tablets astonishing and intensely controversial is that their markings appear remarkably similar to early forms of writing known from ancient Mesopotamia, specifically the proto-cuneiform symbols developed by the Sumerians over 5,000 years ago. And this resemblance is not a trivial coincidence. It raises a question so profound and unsettling that it challenges everything we thought we knew about the development of writing, language, and civilization itself. Could writing have first emerged in Europe, thousands of miles from Mesopotamia, at a time when historians believed the region was populated only by primitive, illiterate farming communities? The Tartaria tablets are dated to approximately 5300 BCE, making them significantly older than the earliest known Sumerian writing from ancient Mesopotamia, traditionally dated to around 3200 BCE. This staggering time discrepancy has sent shockwaves through the academic world, igniting furious debates over the origins of literacy, the spread of civilization, and the very foundations of our historical timeline. Initially, some experts reacted with skepticism, immediately suspecting forgery or contamination of the archaeological site. Surely, they argued, these tablets were misplaced or incorrectly dated artifacts, intrusions from later periods, mistakenly embedded into older layers. Yet, repeated testing and thorough archaeological analysis confirmed beyond doubt that the Tartaria tablets truly did originate from the Neolithic Vincha culture, a culture established and thriving long before Sumerian city-states emerged. This realization turned skepticism into confusion, and confusion into debate. Could these mysterious tablets represent an unknown script developed independently by European cultures long before Sumerians began to write? Or was there some ancient connection between these distant peoples, a forgotten exchange of knowledge across vast distances? To understand the full gravity of these questions, one must first appreciate the uniqueness of the Vincha culture itself. Thriving across what is today Romania, Serbia, Hungary, and Bulgaria between 5700 and 4500 BCE, the Vincha people were remarkably advanced for their time, constructing large settlements, complex dwellings, and developing intricate social structures. They produced stunning pottery, jewelry, and statues of striking sophistication. But the discovery of the Tartaria tablets introduced an entirely new dimension to their achievements, the tantalizing possibility that the Vincha culture also possessed some form of written language, a concept previously considered impossible for Europe at that time. Yet interpreting the symbols on the tablets has proven extraordinarily difficult. Unlike the well-documented Sumerian cuneiform, no parallel inscriptions or texts have been found elsewhere in the region, making comparative translation nearly impossible. Despite decades of dedicated research, linguists and cryptographers remain uncertain whether these symbols represent true writing, conveying language and meaning, or are simply decorative, symbolic marks meant to convey religious or cultural concepts. And the tablets themselves yield frustratingly few clues. One tablet is covered entirely in symbols, arranged carefully in rows, reminiscent of early Sumerian accounting tablets, possibly suggesting some form of numerical or economic record. Another tablet contains abstract signs interspersed with pictograms that resemble animals or humanoid figures, possibly indicating a ritualistic or symbolic purpose. The third tablet is perhaps most enigmatic of all, displaying markings seemingly arranged in structured, intentional patterns, but patterns whose meaning remains utterly elusive. In the absence of clear context or comparative evidence, researchers have been forced into speculation, piecing together fragments of possibilities in hopes of creating a cohesive picture. Some scholars suggest these tablets represent early experiments in writing, symbolic attempts by the Vinča people to capture important concepts or rituals through pictographic language. If true, this would dramatically rewrite the accepted history of writing, shifting the narrative away from Mesopotamia as humanity's singular cradle of literacy, instead implying multiple independent births of writing in distant lands across roughly the same period. Yet others argue passionately for a different interpretation altogether. They propose the possibility of cultural diffusion. Perhaps ancient travelers, traders, or migrants carried ideas and symbols between early Europe and Mesopotamia, planting seeds of knowledge that would blossom independently in different places at different times. This theory, though attractive, requires proof of interactions between cultures separated by immense geographical distances at periods when travel and communication were believed nearly impossible. Still, archaeological finds in recent decades have begun uncovering traces of surprisingly long-distance interactions across ancient Eurasia, giving renewed credibility to theories once dismissed as improbable. A third possibility arises from a radically different direction. Could the symbols on the Tartaria tablets represent something more esoteric, spiritual, or religious? Perhaps the markings were not attempts at communication in the traditional sense, but rather sacred symbols used in rituals, mystical or magical practices that required no direct translation. Many ancient cultures used symbolic marks, sigils, or abstract patterns as ritual aids, embedding spiritual or magical meanings into everyday objects without a need for true written language. Could the Tartaria tablets represent such an ancient symbolic tradition, whose specific meaning remains hidden from modern scholars precisely because it was never intended as conventional communication? But even within these speculative theories, unanswered questions persist. If these tablets truly represented ritual objects or symbolic expressions, why are no similar inscriptions found at other Vinča sites? Why does their style and arrangement bear such striking similarity to Sumerian proto-cuneiform? And, perhaps most hauntingly, why did the Tartaria tablets appear thousands of years before similar writing systems emerged in the Near East, where scholars traditionally assumed writing was first invented? As debates intensified through the late 20th and early 21st centuries, mainstream academia cautiously held the Tartaria tablets at arm's length. Few historians were comfortable accepting the idea of European writing predating Sumerian cuneiform by over a millennium. Yet the stubborn existence of the tablets continued challenging conventional views, inviting researchers worldwide to reconsider assumptions long taken for granted. Some scholars have even begun re-evaluating the evolution of literacy itself, arguing that human beings, wherever they settled, might naturally have attempted independent paths toward written communication, paths now lost to history or obscured by incomplete archaeological records. Despite rigorous study, advanced imaging techniques, and comparative linguistic analyses, the mystery of the Tartaria tablets remains unsolved. They stubbornly refuse to fit neatly into existing narratives of human civilization, language development, or ancient interaction. Their enigmatic symbols continue defying translation, remaining locked in silence as a tantalizing reminder of how much we still don't know about our collective human past. And perhaps that is their true significance, not merely as artifacts of ancient European culture, nor as evidence of ancient interaction between distant civilizations, but as symbols of how history itself can surprise us, challenging our certainties, shaking our assumptions and gently reminding us how little we truly understand about humanity's journey from primitive survival to complex civilization. For as long as the Tartaria tablets remain undeciphered, they continue posing quiet, persistent questions, daring us to reconsider the deepest foundations of our understanding of human progress and the origins of language itself. Hidden within the quiet walls of Yale University's Baynecker Rare Book Library sits one of the strangest and most perplexing manuscripts humanity has ever encountered. This isn't just an ordinary old book resting quietly on a shelf. It's a puzzle wrapped within pages of bizarre drawings and symbols no scholar has yet decoded. We're talking about the Voynich Manuscript, an artifact so mysterious it's been baffling linguists, historians, cryptographers, and even artificial intelligence programs for over a century. It looks like it should mean something. Indeed, everything about this strange volume suggests purpose and meaning. But the closer you look, the deeper the mystery becomes. The manuscript immediately stood out for its sheer peculiarity. Bound in faded leather, filled with pages of vellum, animal skin parchment, the book dates back roughly to the early 15th century. But its origins are murky, its authorship unknown, and its very purpose remains hidden behind a strange script that no scholar has managed to decipher, despite countless attempts by some of the brightest minds in the world. Page after page, line after line, the Voynich Manuscript teases us with its secrets, promising clarity yet delivering only deeper confusion. The manuscript is filled with strange illustrations that feel like something from another world entirely. Carefully painted images depict unfamiliar plants with leaves, stems, and roots that match no known species. Flowers bloom in bizarre shapes and colours, and herbs grow in impossible arrangements suggesting botanical knowledge, yet corresponding to nothing that grows on Earth. Other pages portray celestial diagrams filled with peculiar constellations and zodiac symbols that seem oddly distorted or unfamiliar. Still more depict puzzling scenes of naked figures bathing in elaborate pools connected by strange pipe-like structures, or interacting with intricate machinery whose purpose is entirely unclear. These are not mere doodles or artistic flourishes. They appear to serve a very deliberate, though utterly unknown function. But even stranger than these illustrations is the text itself, a dense flowing script written in an unknown language or code. Scholars have tried for decades to crack its secrets. At first glance, it appears consistent and structured, suggesting genuine language rather than random scribbles or gibberish. The manuscript contains hundreds of pages of carefully inked text, divided into paragraphs, sections, and captions that clearly correspond to images and diagrams. Words flow naturally, letters repeat in recognizable patterns, and everything suggests the presence of grammar, vocabulary, and syntax. Yet, when linguists and cryptographers attempt to match the script to known languages, ancient or modern, they find absolutely nothing familiar. Over the years, theories attempting to explain the manuscript have piled up relentlessly. Some suggest it's an elaborate medieval medical guide, a collection of herbal remedies and treatments written in a secret code to protect valuable healing knowledge. This theory is tempting, considering the botanical illustrations and strange anatomical diagrams scattered throughout the manuscript. But it falls apart under scrutiny. Why encode medical knowledge so elaborately that even trained experts cannot decode it centuries later? Another theory proposes the manuscript is an alchemical text, a secret treatise designed to encode magical or mystical knowledge. Medieval alchemists often wrote texts in deliberately obscure language to protect their secret methods. However, even by those standards, the Voynich Manuscript is uniquely baffling. No alchemical symbols or recognizable formulas appear anywhere in its pages, only unfamiliar images, odd diagrams, and an indecipherable script unlike any known alchemical text. Then there's the argument that the Voynich Manuscript is nothing but a clever medieval hoax, an elaborate forgery meant to deceive wealthy buyers who coveted rare and mysterious manuscripts. According to this theory, the author simply invented nonsense script and drawings that looked meaningful without ever intending to convey real knowledge. It's a neat explanation, but problems quickly arise. The manuscript is meticulously consistent in its internal structure. Researchers using advanced statistical analyses have shown that the manuscript's text matches patterns typical of genuine languages, not random strings or meaningless letters. If it's a hoax, it's a uniquely sophisticated one, crafted with remarkable precision, skill, and dedication, far beyond the expected effort of medieval tricksters. And that brings us to the theories that stretch even further into the unknown. Some speculate the manuscript encodes knowledge from a lost civilization, perhaps a forgotten culture whose writings and languages vanished from history, leaving behind only this one mysterious volume. Could the unknown plants depicted actually represent species that once existed, but have since gone extinct? Are the peculiar astronomical diagrams an effort to record a view of the sky from a long-lost location, or even from a different period of Earth's history entirely? Of course, no mystery this deep can avoid theories involving extraterrestrial explanations. Yes, even the Voynich Manuscript has attracted attention from ancient astronaut theorists who argue its alien-looking plants, inexplicable celestial maps, and unrecognizable script could represent direct contact with visitors from beyond our world. Could these strange diagrams and indecipherable writings document an encounter between humans and beings from another place entirely? While most scholars dismiss this as improbable, the manuscript is so thoroughly resistant to conventional explanations that even the most skeptical researchers admit something about it defies the ordinary. The attempts to crack the Voynich code have grown increasingly sophisticated. Supercomputers and artificial intelligence have been unleashed on its mysterious pages, using pattern recognition, linguistic databases, and powerful machine learning algorithms, all without success. Each attempt generates excitement as the computers detect structure, patterns, and hints of meaning, only to leave us, once again, facing a wall of confusion. Today, the Voynich Manuscript remains locked away in Yale's climate-controlled archives, carefully preserved yet mocking our best attempts at understanding. Occasionally, a team of scientists or linguists will claim a breakthrough, confidently declaring they've finally unlocked the code. But inevitably, the excitement fades, leaving researchers no closer to understanding the manuscript's message. Perhaps the secret lies in something we simply haven't thought of yet: a new way of decoding language, a fresh perspective on history, or even some undiscovered piece of human knowledge buried deep in our collective past. Whatever its origins and purpose, the Voynich Manuscript does more than just defy explanation. It challenges our assumptions about what we know and forces us to admit the limits of human understanding. Every carefully drawn leaf, every mysterious bathing figure, every indecipherable line of text reminds us that history still holds secrets we may never fully unlock. The manuscript continues to whisper quietly from behind the glass, patiently waiting for someone to finally decode the enigmatic language it speaks. Until then, this puzzling book remains a tantalizing reminder that even in an age of information and technology, some mysteries might remain forever just beyond our grasp. High in the remote mountains of China, nestled in a region known as the Bayan Ha Mountains near the Tibetan border, lies a mystery that defies everything we thought we knew about human history. In the dark caverns of these forbidding peaks, a discovery was made nearly a century ago that archaeologists still struggle to explain. A collection of artifacts so puzzling, so out of place, that they challenge even the most open-minded scholars to make sense of them. These artifacts, known as the Dropa stones, seem to whisper a story so strange and so profound that it has sparked debate, disbelief, and controversy since the moment they were unearthed. The year is 1938, and a Chinese archaeological expedition led by Professor Chi-Pu Tei ventures deep into the labyrinth of caves scattered through the windswept landscape. These caves are no ordinary caverns. They appear to be artificially carved and bear evidence of ancient habitation. But it's what they contain that leaves the researchers speechless. Neatly arranged graves holding skeletons of beings that simply don't fit into our usual understanding of ancient peoples. These skeletons are peculiar, fragile, almost child-sized, with unusually large skulls, disproportionately slender limbs, and features that scientists at the time described as almost alien-like. Yet, strange as the skeletons are, the real mystery lies elsewhere in the cave, hidden behind layers of dust and millennia of silence. Scattered around the burial sites, partially buried and concealed in shadows, the team discovers hundreds of circular stone discs, precisely crafted, unlike anything previously found in human archaeology. These discs, later named the Dropa stones after the local people, are meticulously carved from granite jade-like rock and other minerals too hard to be shaped easily. Each disc measures about a foot across and contains a small hole precisely drilled in the center, as if designed to be threaded onto something. At first glance, the Dropa stones could easily be mistaken for primitive records or religious artifacts. But upon closer examination, experts realize these aren't simple decorative patterns or random markings. These spiral grooves actually contain microscopic symbols, tiny hieroglyph-like engravings that appear deliberately placed. It's a type of written communication that seems sophisticated, complex, and entirely unknown to any established language system in the ancient world. Suddenly, the discovery becomes infinitely more complicated. Whoever created these discs clearly intended to preserve information, perhaps even a story or a message. But who were they, and why did they choose such an inaccessible and seemingly impossible way to store their knowledge? The researchers painstakingly catalogue their findings and take the discs back to universities and research institutes in China, hoping to decipher their meaning. It's here that the mystery deepens even further. For 2 decades, the stones sit untouched in storage, largely forgotten, until a Chinese scholar named Dr. Tsum Nui picks them up in the 1960s, determined to decode the enigmatic inscriptions. What Dr. Tsum claims to uncover sends shockwaves through the academic world, so astonishing that his work is initially suppressed, ridiculed, and met with skepticism from virtually every corner. Dr. Tsum announces that he has translated the microscopic hieroglyphs on the Dropa stones, revealing a narrative so extraordinary it defies conventional archaeology. According to his translation, the discs tell the story of beings from the heavens, extraterrestrial visitors who crash-landed on Earth over 12,000 years ago. The Dropa stones speak of a spaceship coming down from the clouds, stranding these alien travelers deep in the Himalayan mountains. Unable to repair their craft, these beings, referred to as the Dropa, attempt to adapt to life on a foreign planet. They describe their struggle to survive, their conflicts with local inhabitants, and their gradual acceptance into the primitive human tribes already living in the region. Predictably, mainstream archaeology quickly rejects Dr. Tsum's translation, dismissing it as science fiction at best or deliberate fabrication at worst. His findings are viewed as absurd, controversial, and deeply threatening to the established historical narrative. Academia, uncomfortable with the implications, pushes back hard, and Tsum's career suffers accordingly. Yet, despite the scorn from his peers, he never backs down from his claim, insisting until his death that the Dropa stones are genuine historical records of an extraordinary encounter, an encounter that history, archaeology, and science would prefer to ignore. And yet, even amid skepticism, the Dropa stones refuse to disappear quietly into the dusty backrooms of academic obscurity. Independent researchers, intrigued by their strange inscriptions, start investigating further. They discover unusual properties in the stones themselves, such as traces of cobalt and other rare metals that don't naturally appear in local rock formations. How could ancient mountain tribes have acquired materials so distant from their home territory? And why would they have gone to such extreme effort to engrave microscopic symbols onto stones so hard they challenge even modern diamond-tipped tools? Intrigued by these lingering mysteries, several expeditions set out to verify the existence of the Dropa people themselves. And remarkably, they do find small, isolated tribes still living high in the mountains, who indeed identify themselves as descendants of beings who fell from the sky. The Dropa, these people say, are their ancient ancestors, beings who arrived from the stars and taught them to survive in these inhospitable lands. Physical examination of these tribes finds peculiar genetic traits: short stature, unusually large skulls, and features resembling the skeletal remains discovered decades earlier. Is this just coincidence, folklore passed down through generations, or could it be evidence of something far stranger? Those who refuse to accept an extraterrestrial explanation propose other possibilities, suggesting perhaps the Dropa stones are ancient astronomical instruments or complex ritualistic objects whose meanings have been lost through time. Some speculate they could represent calendars or star maps, coded information passed down by a culture so advanced or unique that modern interpretation fails to grasp their original purpose. But none of these explanations fully account for the bizarre physical characteristics of the Dropa themselves, nor the specificity of the hieroglyphic story found carved into the discs. Still others suggest the Dropa stones are simply an elaborate hoax, arguing no one has definitively proven Dr. Tsum's translations or confirmed the archaeological site to modern standards. They point out the convenient disappearance of many of the original stones, now impossible to re-examine or scientifically test with advanced techniques. But if this was indeed a hoax, why would someone painstakingly craft hundreds of complex, near impossible to produce artifacts, each containing incredibly precise microscopic inscriptions that would require technology unavailable at the supposed time of the discovery? Today, the Dropa stones remain locked away from public view, hidden behind bureaucratic red tape and scholarly embarrassment, making it difficult, almost impossible, for independent investigators to get a fresh look. every now and then, new fragments of evidence emerge from researchers or travellers returning from these remote mountains, keeping the mystery alive. But without a transparent scientific investigation, we're left only with unanswered questions. Are the Draper stones genuine evidence of an extraterrestrial visitation, a lost chapter in human history too bizarre for mainstream acceptance? Are they relics from a forgotten civilization whose technological prowess vanished with time? Or is the entire saga nothing more than an elaborate, persistent legend, a captivating fiction so vivid it refuses to die? As it stands today, science can neither fully explain nor comfortably dismiss the Dropper Stones. They remain precisely where all good mysteries thrive, in the shadowy margins of history, just beyond our reach, whispering quietly of something incredible, improbable, and perhaps even impossible. Whatever the truth, these strange artifacts continue to challenge what we believe, reminding us that history may still hold secrets far stranger and more spectacular than we dare imagine. In the depths of a remote mine near the small South African town of Klerksdorp, miners uncovered something curious and unsettling, buried within layers of rock dating back billions of years. Hidden in the darkness, scattered among ancient mineral deposits, lay a collection of strange, metallic-looking spheres. At first glance, these objects might seem unremarkable, small, round, and metallic, perhaps the remnants of some natural geological process. But as scientists and researchers began examining them more closely, they realized that these seemingly mundane artifacts posed puzzling questions about our understanding of Earth's history. The Klerksdorp spheres, as they've come to be known, raise one baffling question. Could advanced workmanship exist deep within geological strata, dating from a time when the Earth was young, long before the earliest known life emerged? The spheres themselves are relatively small, usually no more than a few centimeters in diameter, ranging from less than an inch up to a few inches at most. Made primarily from pyrophyllite, a mineral often formed billions of years ago under great pressure and heat, these objects exhibit several peculiar characteristics that have drawn intense scrutiny and debate. Most of the spheres display finely grooved lines, neatly etched or carved around their circumference with remarkable precision. These lines are smooth, carefully spaced, and seem deliberately crafted rather than randomly formed by geological processes. Some spheres have multiple grooves arranged in parallel patterns, suggesting a precision and symmetry rarely found in naturally occurring geological formations. Even more peculiar, the hardness and metallic sheen of certain spheres have led some researchers to speculate that they're not naturally formed at all, but instead manufactured objects of unknown origin. The controversy surrounding these artifacts arises primarily from their age. According to geological assessments, the rock strata in which the spheres were discovered date back approximately 2.8 to 3 billion years, a time long before complex life, let alone humans, existed on Earth. At this point in our planet's history, the atmosphere was unbreathable, and the surface was barren and hostile. Complex organisms, plants, animals, or even bacteria, more complex than single-celled forms, simply did not exist. The presence of seemingly manufactured artifacts embedded in rock of such extreme antiquity is, therefore, deeply perplexing. How could objects displaying apparent signs of craftsmanship or design be found embedded within deposits billions of years old, far earlier than any known life capable of creating them? Naturally, the initial response among skeptics and scientists alike has been to question whether the spheres truly represent manufactured artifacts, or simply unusual natural formations misunderstood by observers. Indeed, mainstream geological explanations suggest that these spheres formed through natural processes of concretion. Concretions are mineral accumulations that slowly build up in concentric layers around a core, eventually forming smooth, spherical shapes over millions of years. Such phenomena occur commonly in nature and can produce remarkably symmetrical and visually striking objects. To many scientists, this explanation comfortably accounts for the existence of these spheres, dismissing their apparent precision and symmetrical grooves as coincidental outcomes of natural geological processes. Yet the story does not end there. Those who have examined the spheres closely often point to features that seem too precise or too deliberate to be easily explained away. The grooves around the spheres, for instance, seem to exhibit regular spacing and consistent depth, traits that would be difficult for natural processes to replicate reliably. Furthermore, certain spheres exhibit strikingly smooth, polished surfaces, almost as if they have undergone deliberate shaping or smoothing. While it is certainly possible for natural erosion and mineral deposition to create polished or smooth surfaces, the uniformity and consistency of the sphere's characteristics remain difficult to fully explain through known geological mechanisms alone. Adding further confusion, some of these spheres display unusual physical properties. Reports suggest that certain examples have an unusual balance, rotating perfectly on their axes without wobbling or deviation when spun, behaviors that hint at careful balance and precision that seem unlikely to result from random geological formation. However, these claims remain controversial, with some skeptics attributing the reports of perfect balance to exaggerated accounts or misunderstandings. Despite attempts at careful scientific analysis, definitive conclusions about these properties remain elusive, fueling ongoing debate. Given these peculiarities, alternative theories inevitably began to emerge, pushing the spheres into the domain of speculation, fringe science, and even the paranormal. Proponents of the out-of-place artifact hypothesis, often abbreviated as OOPART, argue that these spheres are evidence of a previously unknown civilization or intelligent species that existed billions of years ago, long before conventional science acknowledges the possibility. Such ideas suggest a radical rethinking of Earth's geological and biological timelines, proposing the existence of advanced, technologically sophisticated civilizations that rose and fell long before the known fossil record. Yet, no supporting archaeological or fossil evidence for such civilizations has ever emerged, leaving this explanation intriguing but lacking any definitive foundation in science. Others have proposed even stranger theories, speculating that the Klerksdorp spheres could be relics from extraterrestrial visitors or artifacts from advanced civilizations that traveled across the cosmos, depositing these metallic objects on a young and lifeless Earth. While clearly stretching the bounds of mainstream scientific acceptance, these theories tap into the enduring human fascination with ancient mysteries, extraterrestrial life, and lost civilizations, providing fertile ground for imagination even if lacking in direct evidence. Despite such fringe speculation, mainstream scientific consensus remains skeptical, strongly favoring natural geological explanations. Most geologists insist that careful analysis clearly shows that the spheres formed naturally through processes such as mineral accretion, crystallization, and slow geological formation over immense spans of time. Yet even within mainstream science, some uncertainty lingers, with researchers acknowledging that the exact mechanism behind the sphere's precise features and unusual symmetry remains partially unexplained. Though natural geological formation remains the most plausible explanation, the exact conditions required to produce spheres with such regular grooves and smooth surfaces still provoke debate. Further complicating the discussion, detailed scientific examinations conducted on samples of the spheres have yielded inconsistent results. Some studies claim that the grooved spheres exhibit properties indicative of artificial modification, while other independent analyses report no features outside what natural geological processes might produce. These discrepancies have intensified arguments between skeptics and proponents, with each side seizing on different data points to support their conclusions. As such, the spheres continue to occupy a grey area between accepted geological phenomena and intriguing archaeological anomalies. Today, the Klerksdorp spheres remain stored primarily in museum collections and private holdings, occasionally displayed as intriguing curiosities that fascinate visitors and puzzle scientists. Over time, some specimens have disappeared, while others have become entangled in urban legends and popular folklore, further blurring the distinction between factual reality and speculative imagination. Yet, beneath these layers of myth and controversy, the spheres remain real, tangible objects that stubbornly resist simple categorization. Ultimately, the Klerksdorp spheres challenge our assumptions not only about Earth's geological history, but also about the limits of natural processes and the possibility of anomalies that defy conventional understanding. While mainstream science overwhelmingly favors natural explanations, the persistent mystery surrounding their unique precision, symmetry, and apparent craftsmanship continues to inspire debate. They remain suspended between accepted scientific explanations and tantalizing hints of something far more mysterious. Artifacts that invite questions rather than deliver clear answers, quietly reminding us that our understanding of Earth's history may yet hold surprises. Whether they represent remarkable natural formations or remnants of something inexplicable, the Klerksdorp spheres remain a compelling and unresolved enigma, locked within ancient stone, silently prompting us to reconsider just how well we truly understand our planet's distant past. High in the Peruvian Andes, where clouds drift lazily past ancient mountaintops and shadows dance across lush valleys, lies one of history's most baffling architectural enigmas, a structure that defies logic, confounds engineers, and quietly mocks the notion that our ancestors were primitive builders. Overlooking the modern city of Cusco, once the capital of the mighty Inca Empire, stands the massive fortress known as Sacsayhuaman. At first glance, it's easy to dismiss this site as just another impressive ruin, a relic of stone walls and terraces built centuries ago. But look closer, and you'll quickly realize something here doesn't add up, because the walls of Sacsayhuaman aren't just impressive, they seem impossible. Imagine stepping back more than 5 centuries to a time when the Inca Empire stretched across thousands of miles of rugged mountains, deep jungles, and wind-swept plateaus. Cusco was the heart of this vast empire, and Sacsayhuaman was its crowning jewel, an imposing structure perched high above the city, visible for miles around, serving as a ceremonial complex, fortress, and possibly something more mysterious. But what's most extraordinary about Sacsayhuaman isn't its historical importance, it's the way it was built. These walls aren't ordinary stonework, they're masterpieces of precision engineering, puzzles carved from colossal blocks of solid stone, each fitting perfectly with the next, like the pieces of a giant, intricate jigsaw. We're not talking about small bricks or manageable slabs. Some of these stones weigh over 100 tons, and yet each has been fitted so meticulously that you couldn't slide a razor blade or even a sheet of paper between them. The surfaces are smooth, polished and curving gently, almost organically, as if moulded rather than carved. This kind of precision, using stones of such monumental size, raises immediate questions. How did the Inca move these stones, often quarried miles away, and hauled up steep mountainsides without wheels, iron tools or draft animals? How did they shape and polish granite and limestone, materials notoriously hard to carve, with such flawless precision? And how did they manage to fit them so perfectly together, creating walls capable of withstanding centuries of earthquakes in one of the most seismically active regions on Earth? The more you look at Sacsayhuaman, the deeper the mystery becomes. The walls aren't arranged in neat rows or consistent patterns. Instead, they're built in a complex zigzag formation, each block individually shaped and fitted uniquely. Some stones have multiple angles, 10, 12, even more, each precisely matched with neighbouring blocks. This isn't a haphazard design. It's deliberate, ingenious engineering intended to resist tremors, stabilize the structure, and possibly even convey some hidden symbolic meaning. Mainstream archaeology offers some theories. Historians credit Inca stonemasons with extraordinary patience, organization, and ingenuity. They suggest these builders slowly chipped away at massive blocks using only stone and copper tools, shaping each piece through painstaking trial and error, gradually fitting the blocks together, inch by careful inch. According to tradition, teams of workers rolled stones on logs, dragged them with ropes, and meticulously sanded down edges to achieve perfection. But these theories, logical though they may seem at first, quickly start to strain credibility when you consider the sheer scale involved. How many labourers and how many years would it have taken to construct just one wall, let alone an entire complex? Even more puzzling, there are no detailed historical records from the Inca themselves describing exactly how they achieved this architectural miracle. Unlike other ancient civilizations that left detailed accounts carved in stone or written on papyrus, the Inca relied on oral tradition and knotted strings called quipus, systems of record-keeping that conveyed numerical information but left little direct explanation for their methods of construction. The Spanish conquerors who arrived in the 16th century marvelled at Sacsayhuaman, but never fully grasped how it had been built, leaving modern archaeologists to piece together theories from fragments of folklore and tradition. Local legends add yet another layer of intrigue. According to indigenous traditions passed down through generations, the stones of Sacsayhuaman weren't just dragged into place. They were somehow softened, shaped, or even levitated using secret lost technologies. Stories speak of special plants or mysterious liquids that could temporarily soften stone, allowing builders to mold it like clay. Other tales describe powerful shamans or priests using sound or vibration to levitate enormous stones effortlessly through the air, positioning them exactly where they needed to go. While these claims seem fantastical from a scientific standpoint, the enduring precision of the walls, unmatched even by modern standards, leads some researchers to wonder whether these ancient myths might hold a kernel of truth we simply don't yet understand. This leads us to the theories that push the boundaries of conventional archaeology. Could it be possible that the Inca inherited these incredible walls from an even older civilization, one whose methods and tools were more advanced than anything we've attributed to the region? Some fringe researchers point to evidence that portions of Sacsayhuaman might predate the Inca Empire by hundreds or even thousands of years, suggesting a forgotten civilization with lost technologies once thrived in these remote highlands. This ancient culture might have possessed knowledge of engineering and stone manipulation far beyond what historians currently acknowledge. Then there's the idea that defies conventional explanations entirely, that the walls of Sacsayhuaman were built with help from beings or knowledge not from this world. Ancient astronaut theorists point to the sheer impossibility of moving stones this large and fitting them so perfectly without modern machinery. They speculate about advanced extraterrestrial intervention or lost knowledge passed down from a civilization once in contact with visitors from beyond Earth. The complex zigzag patterns, precise alignments, and mysterious lack of tool marks are, according to these theorists, clues to a story we haven't fully uncovered, a story that might rewrite our understanding of ancient history altogether. Yet despite centuries of study and speculation, Sacsayhuaman still refuses to yield its secrets. It stands there above Cusco, silent, majestic, almost mocking our modern assumptions about ancient capabilities. Engineers who've studied the walls admit they couldn't replicate this level of craftsmanship easily today, even with advanced technology. And therein lies the profound mystery at the heart of Sacsayhuaman, the notion that ancient builders, supposedly less advanced than us, accomplished something we struggle to comprehend even now. Maybe, someday, beneath layers of earth, stone, or forgotten texts, we'll uncover new evidence that finally solves this mystery. But until then, the walls of Sacsayhuaman remain stubbornly resistant to explanation, quietly reminding us that history isn't always what textbooks say it is, that sometimes beneath what we think we know lies a deeper truth waiting to be revealed. And as long as these massive stones remain standing, defying earthquakes, time, and our best attempt at explanation, the puzzle of Sacsayhuaman will continue to captivate and mystify anyone who gazes upon it, proving once again that the ancient world still has much to teach us,